Hey guys. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was the Storm Sage. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start.
We are pain, that's all. We are God.
Chapter 21, Forest of Death 3. Sasuke was looking at Ranmaru, who was treating his teammates' wounds. Naruto was out cold, but he didn't have any serious injuries. For Haku, overconsumption of chakra pills in a short period of time was taking its toll. But fortunately it was not severe, nothing a good night's sleep could not fix. Mind telling me what happened before coming to us? You guys were not in a fresh state, you know? Sasuke asked as he looked around to see Sakura putting traps all around and Sai drawing something, but they seemed to perk up as well when they heard what Sasuke asked. Ranmaru was debating with himself. Unlike Naruto or Haku, he didn't know Team 7 that well, so he wasn't sure whether to tell them the whole story or not. As if Sasuke understood the little genin's inner turmoil, he relaxed his composure. Not that I am complaining. Without your team I am pretty sure I would have been in a messed up situation. He looked at his teammates and chuckled a bit. Our whole team, I suppose, for that, thank you. Sasuke told in a sincere voice. He might have a bit ego, but he wasn't blind. He knew without Naruto's help that guy would have done, God knew what, to him, and without Haku they wouldn't have escaped. Ranmaru smiled, for the first time after coming in the forest, then he nodded as he motioned Sasuke to sit. If his team risked their lives to save this team, it definitely meant Naruto and Haku knew them, or at least Sasuke, quite well. He told him everything that happened to them, their idea of waiting for the exhausted teams, their encounter with the suspicious people, and their retreat. Sai knew who the mysterious people were after hearing the description. Danzo told him about this other team's mission just in case they didn't collide with each other. Whose idea was it to wait near the tower? Sasuke asked curiously. It was Hakune's. Ranmaru answered in a timid voice, but was surprised when Sasuke laughed softly. Even his teammates were a bit taken aback by this action. That girl, no matter what I do, she is always few steps ahead of me. Sasuke chuckled inwardly as he stole a small glance at the said girl. Although he and Haku had the same idea, but the place where they wanted to wait for other teams were different. Haku's place was far more effective and a better choice, but unfortunately both of their team encountered unwanted circumstances. But even then her team came and saved his. Take a rest, Ranmaru. Both of our team had a crazy day and it's just the first day in this hellhole. Tomorrow we decide what we can do. With that, Sasuke left Ranmaru to talk with his team. What's wrong, Sakura? Sasuke asked when he came to his team. She was acting quite fidgety. Team 5's strongest members are down. Sai said in an emotionless voice. Sasuke didn't like where it was going. So? He asked, keeping his voice neutral. We won't be having any chances like this. Weren't you the one who was waiting for an exhausted team to strike? Sai replied back. Sasuke didn't say anything, he just looked at Sakura. What about you? Sasuke asked in a calm tone. Hearing his tone, Sakura relaxed a bit as she thought Sasuke would be angry after listening to this. Sasuke-kun, our team is exhausted after the fight back there. I also think it is best if we take their scroll. It is, after all, everyone against everyone, so I am pretty sure they won't hold it against us. Also, if their scroll is same, then maybe we can exchange it with some other team? Sakura voiced her opinion. Sasuke was quiet for a while, then he looked up. His face was calm as ever. So let me get this straight. You want us to backstab the team that came to save us from that freak, although they were exhausted themselves, just because they are in vulnerable position now? Sasuke asked. Hearing that, Sakura looked away with a guilty face, but Sai was calm as ever. Our objective is to get the other scroll no matter what. If we are to pass this part of the exam, Dickless, your emotion will cause us to fail. Sai replied back calmly. Hearing that, Sasuke closed his eyes. He opened them back with Sharingan blazing. Sai, sometimes I feel safer around enemies rather than you. From the time we spent, I understood one thing, and that is you are the type that will backstab even their own teammates in order to get the goal done. Sasuke said in a cold voice. Hearing that, both of his teammates flinched, but for different reason. Sakura was shocked because she never heard Sasuke using such a cold, emotionless tone, and Sai was shocked because Sasuke almost figured out the way a root worked, and now he was sure that Sasuke knew more than he let on. Feeling that things would spiral out of hand, both Sasuke and Sai backed away. Sasuke headed back to where Team 5 was, but before he went, he looked back at Sakura. I expected more than that. He whispered harshly. Hearing someone coming, Ranmaru came out from the tree trunk and was surprised when he saw it was Sasuke. Is there something wrong, Sasuke-san? Ranmaru asked. Sasuke just smiled and shook his head. Nothing, just had a bad argument with my team. Is it okay if I stay here for the night? Sasuke asked politely. Sure, if that is okay with you. Ranmaru replied back happily, hearing that Sasuke softened up a bit. He went inside the trunk to see Naruto was still unconscious and Haku was asleep. They both needed a good long rest after what happened. Why don't you go to sleep, Ranmaru? I will take the first watch. Sasuke suggested. Ranmaru nodded slowly as he went to sleep. In a minute he was asleep, showing he was tired as well. Great, now I am saving another team from my own. Sasuke just shook his head as he sat down. With Hinata was looking into the woods through the tower window. They were the second fastest team to complete the current part of the test this year. But their team knew who to thank for this accomplishment: Gaara, Naruto, and their Lady Luck. Before the test was about to begin, Naruto came to her and warned her about Gaara. He said the Sand Genin was radiating bloodlust like a lunatic, and for some reason Naruto was getting the feeling that he was one of the strongest in the Chunin exam. Not a good combination, which Hinata agreed as well. But when she told her team, Kiba wanted to go for the Sand team first in order to show that Naruto was wrong. Hinata and Shino, who started to have respect towards the blonde Genin, was able to stop him from doing so, but they still ended up getting close to the Sand team, and for some reason Hinata thought it was Kiba's fault. But if it wasn't for her Byakugan, they would have seen the carnage caused by the said Sand Genin at front row seats. Hinata warned her teammates before they could get any closer, and when the Sand team left after crushing few other teams, they went to investigate the place, hoping that they would be able to find any stray scroll, and it seemed Lady Luck was on their side. They got the scroll they needed, but instead of rushing towards the tower, they made sure to go cautiously just in case they didn't cross paths with the Sand team. They reached the tower in 5 hours after the start of the exam, whereas the Sand team finished in 2. Even now her teammates were making sure to avoid the Sand team, especially Gaara. Hope you are okay, Naruto-kun. With that, Hinata went to train in one of the spare room with Naruto. Naruto woke up groggily. He felt like someone hammered his head ruthlessly. He looked around to see Haku and Ranmaru was asleep, but was quite surprised to see Sasuke at the entrance of wherever they were. Yo, team! Naruto greeted Sasuke weakly. Glad to see you up, dope. Sasuke chuckled as he looked back to see a fully awake Naruto. Guess we survived, huh? Naruto stood up as he started to stretch. Thanks to your team, at the end Haku-chan used her powers to save us, Sasuke whispered, at which Naruto smiled but raised an eyebrow when he heard how Sasuke addressed Haku. By the way, I hope you are fresh and energized, because it would help me a lot if you take over the watch now. Need some sleep here. Sasuke chuckled weakly. Naruto laughed softly as he motioned Sasuke to come over. He went out to see where they were and where Sasuke's teammates were. He looked up to see that the sky was clearing up bit by bit, indicating it was past dawn. Naruto saw Sai giving him a weird look from where he was, and Sakura was sleeping under another tree. Wait, why is Sasuke with us rather than his team? Naruto thought. He made some shadow clones and told them to survey the area, and after that he went back inside to talk with Sasuke but found him asleep. Before going to keep guard, an idea hit him. He grinned evilly and looked at Haku. Sorry, Hakune, but this is too tempting to pass up. Naruto rubbed his hand like an evil mastermind. Somewhere else. So what's the plan, Dosu? We go in fast, strike hard, grab the girl and disappear. That's a nice idea, but why the long face, kin? Zaku, the idea Dosu has is quite good, but I am still worried as to why Orochimaru-sama suddenly changed the plan from assassination to capture. Killing someone is quite easier than to catching the target alive. How are we going to get out kidnapping a Konoha genin inside Konoha? We follow what Orochimaru-sama ordered, and as for your fears, kin, those are also taken care of. We will meet another person who will help us moving the target after we capture her. Let's get going then. You have an idea as to where they are, right? Sometimes later with Kiri teams. So, now then all of us are here, let us go through what he have to do. A person with gray hair tied in a ponytail with normal Kiri attire told his teammates as they were rushing forward. Bedoro, Anita found out there are 2 teams resting where our target is, said a guy who is a bit chubby and also taller than the rest of them. We can't fail this. If they are resting, it means they are tired and weak now, and it is the perfect chance to strike them. We take the girl alive, and if other members resist, kill them. The first guy named Bedoro told others, and he looked at another team who was slightly behind. Amori, take your team and keep guard here just in case no other team crosses path with us, and if you hear explosion, come immediately. The guy named Amori nodded as he motioned his team to slow down. Time to get Zabuza's weapon. With Naruto and others, it had been long since Sasuke got some good sleep. For some reason he felt comfortable now. He tightened his hold on the soft pillow his head was buried on. It had a nice fragrance which soothed his heart, something that he needed for a long time. He dismissed the distant squeak and muffled laughter. Having a nice time sleeping, team? Naruto asked as if he found something funny. He just grunted and buried his head deeper into the pillow, earning another squeak. Sasuke-san, I am glad that you are having a good time, but could I have my body back? I kind of need it to pass the exam, you know. Haku whispered softly. Sasuke's eyes flew open with activated Sharingan, which was something he shouldn't have done, as the scene before him was now forever got engraved in his mind. Sasuke was hugging Haku like a plush toy while using her assets as pillows, effectively trapping her upper body, and he positioned himself in a way that half of his body was on top of her, and using his legs he trapped Haku's lower body. And from where he was he had a good close-up view of Haku's assets. Although it was covered, it was still no less stimulating, and when he looked up he saw Haku was trying to give him a harsh glare, but with her blushing cheeks and quivering lips it looked more sexy than angry. Sasuke jumped back as if he was zapped by a lightning bolt, but he forgot where he was. The tree trunk that they were inside was small, so he hit the top wall and fell back to where he was before. But now he was fully on top of her while his face was closer to hers. Sasuke-san! Haku gritted her teeth as she closed her eyes and started to count to 10, 6 times. In a flash, Sasuke got up cautiously, and without even looking at anyone he was gone. A bit later, Naruto came out first holding his stomach while still laughing. Ranmaru came next, whose face was as red as his dojutsu, and finally Haku came out. Her face was less red than Ranmaru, but her eyes were closed, and she was holding needles. Not a good sign. Sasuke gulped. Wait. I don't know what happened back there, but I swear I was sleeping far away from you. Sasuke told quickly. Every second was essential now. Sasuke-san. You didn't move from your place. A bit red, Ranmaru shyly whispered. Hearing that, Sasuke's eyebrows shot up, Haku's face reddened more, and Naruto's laughter died down. Haku glared at Ranmaru, who gulped. When Naruto and I woke up as well, but not fully. I don't know what they talked about, but it seemed Naruto and I wanted to guard. After that, Sasuke-san slept in front of me and I went back to sleep again. To me it seemed he was still at his place when... Ranmaru couldn't finish his sentence, but everybody got the gist of what he wanted to tell. See, asked Naruto as well, there's no way for us to end up like this unless... Sasuke's voice went from desperation to understanding as he looked sharply at Naruto, who was sweating bullets. Seeing Sakura and Sai approaching, Haku sighed. Let's just drop this subject. It never happened, Haku said in an icy voice, chewing the words, and all three nodded their head vigorously in agreement. What happened? Sakura asked in an edgy tone. She was not in a good mood after last night's confrontation. Nothing, all three boys answered simultaneously. So what now? Sai asked. Now you are going to come with us, Zabuza's weapon. A voice spoke a bit far away from them. The moment Team 5 heard those two particular words, they froze. Haku looked up to see 3 Kirinin were looking down at them. But before they could even move or do anything, an angry growl was heard. Fuck off! Blow him up! Naruto angrily hissed. Suddenly few branches of the tree around the Kirinin transformed into Naruto's clone. The problem for Kirinin was that they were explosive ones. The poor Kirinin didn't even know what hit them as the clones exploded around them. Sasuke didn't wait one bit as he soon followed up Naruto. Fire release! Great fireball technique! Sasuke threw his jutsu at the center of the explosion, causing a massive blast. The rest of their teammates were dumbfounded, even Haku and Sai. When the Kirinin said those words, Haku knew the things were going to go from bad to worse, and for Sai, it answered his suspicions. But both of them were thinking of how to get out of the situation without complicating things, but it seemed Naruto and Sasuke had that covered. It looked like they were more of a strike first, talk later type of people. That was kind of... Ranmaru spoke, but... Anticlimactic? Sakura finished for him. So when did you put the surveillance clone Naruto-kun? Haku asked while releasing a long breath. When I was guarding the place, Naruto said as he kept releasing short breaths to calm himself down. So what now? Sai asked again. The moment he finished that sentence, 2 more teams came down from different directions. One team had Sound Headband and another had Kiri headbands. There was a pregnant pause as if it was a standoff between 3 villages. The new Kirinin looked at their former comrades and their demeanor hardened. Sensing the danger, Haku glanced at Naruto, who was watching intently at the new intruders, and suddenly he put his arms up as an act of surrendering. Everyone except Sasuke gasped. Well, Sai was technically emotionless, so he didn't count. Ku, what have we here? The voice froze almost all the examinees presented there, even Sai this time. Orochimaru was standing few trees behind the Sound team, looking exactly like how they had seen him the last time. Orochimaru-sama. Kin whispered. Dosu and the rest of the Sound team bowed immediately to the Snake Sennin. If he came there by himself, it meant whatever he intended to do, it must be important. Orochimaru looked at Naruto. There was a small pause and then he smiled. He looked at Kirinin. Would you mind backing off? I have some business with the pests down there. Orochimaru chuckled wickedly. We don't want any trouble, we just want the black-haired girl and we will leave. The leader of the new Kirinin said, but his voice was shaking with a hint of desperation. They knew who they were dealing with here. Fine, just scram. Orochimaru replied in a demotivated voice. The Sound Nin looked at each other but said nothing. They knew better to question Orochimaru's judgment. Haku went towards the Kiri team. The moment she was in arm's reach, they grabbed her, made her sit down and circled around her. They would put some chakra restriction on her fast, and then they would leave fast. At the same time, Orochimaru landed in front of the Sound team. Before Dosu could ask his leader what he wanted, everyone's attention was grabbed by a laughter. Naruto was laughing softly as he slowly started to put his hand down. Both Sound and Kiri tensed, but they didn't expect what was about to come. Naruto stopped his hand in the midway while directing each hand at each team and was making a gesture as if he was pointing something with his index finger. Boom! No sooner he said that, Orochimaru in front of the Sound team exploded, while Haku was kawarimied by another Naruto clone who self-destructed immediately. And they are out. Naruto chuckled slowly. Everyone was taken aback by Naruto's attitude. It was not the goofy, cheerful Naruto but someone else. Someone who would do anything to protect his family. Some time ago, Haku told Naruto what happened to her family, and what was happening in Kiri at that time. Still now there were people who would kill people with bloodline limit, whether they are infants or innocent women, and would go any length to kill as well. So when Naruto heard that, in a way, he understood why Zabuza didn't take Haku with him. Now, the moment he heard the Kirinin saying Zabuza's weapon, his mind showed him the worst possibility. They said with such hatred that Naruto thought they knew about Haku's bloodline. He was not having his newfound sister-like figure taken away from him. No one is touching my precious people. Naruto gave Haku reassurance, and put his hand up to draw the attention of their attackers, and when he was able to draw it, Naruto's remaining explosive clones and shadow clones slowly emerged from their hiding spots and few went behind the Kiri team. Being a part of Naruto, one of the explosive clone even went further, as he disguised himself as their former enemy. He was quite surprised when the Sound Nin addressed him as Orochimaru, but he was able to hide the surprise in his face, and when his eyes met with his boss, he winked at him so that he understood who he really was. And for Naruto's part, when he saw everything was in position, the Orochimaru disguise tactic was a plus. He didn't even hesitated for a bit to give the command to explode at the danger zone, knowing full well that his decision would kill few people, but to him it was either them or his precious friends. It seemed hours had been passed by, till Naruto's demeanor softened up. Ranmaru, can you go check with Hakune? Hearing his easygoing voice again, Ranmaru smiled up at him and ran to find Haku, who was being guarded by few of Naruto's clone. We will check the other team, Sasuke said as he motioned his teammates to go. They may be dead, though, but your tactics saved us. Remember, it was either them or us, and the way they were radiating bloodlust, I am pretty sure even if we were to surrender they would have made sure we were dead. Sasuke looked at Haku. Or worse. So don't fret too much over it. With that, Sasuke went towards his teammates. Naruto looked at the retreating back of the last Uchiha, and gave an appreciative nod with a small smile. That was a good plan. Haku smiled when she and Ranmaru reached Naruto. Naruto made a small motion and all the clones dispersed. Was it a wise thing to dispel your clones, Naruto and I? Ranmaru asked urgently. Who would have blamed him? They were saved twice at a row, miraculously, by the clones. No, Naruto did the right decision. The explosions made too much noise, we should move fast, and… Haku grinned. One of the Kirinin had the scroll we needed. So better if we just go straight toward the tower now. Haku finished and looked at the approaching Team 7. I am guessing you guys got your scroll? Sasuke asked in a knowing manner. Haku gave him an icy smile and nodded. Sasuke looked away sheepishly. Damn, she is still pissed about that. Naruto, I will get you for this. Sasuke angrily started to make plans on how to make the blonde suffer. So, Sai couldn't finish as he was bombarded with angry glares. Don't finish that sentence. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Guys, if both of our team finish the objectives, then we should head towards the tower. Immediately. Haku urged both teams. All the members agreed hurriedly. They packed up in less than 5 minutes and made a run towards the tower, hoping that no more troubles would come along the way. And for once their wish was granted. After reaching the tower without any incident and figuring out the riddle behind the scrolls, both of the team were led inside by their respective teachers. A bit later, after giving some encouragement and advice, their teachers left. Hayate-san. Naruto rushed towards the Tokubetsu Jonin. What are you doing here? I am one of the proctors of the exam, Naruto. Hayate smiled. They knew each other from Yugao. So your team passed. Guess that means you are the 4th team. Hayate looked at Team 7 who were heading towards an empty room upstairs. Teams that passed the second portion of the exam. Wow, and it is only the 2nd day. Hayate chuckled. 4th team? Who are the other ones? Haku asked politely. The first team is the Suna one, and surprisingly they finished in just 2 hours, broke the previous record by 2 hours, and then Team 8, they finished in 5 hours. And then one of the Kumo team just came early in the morning, and now you and Team 7. I must say this year is packing with talented kids. Hayate smiled at the team. Naruto was glad to hear that Hinata's team finished, and from the tone of Hayate's voice it sounded like they didn't get any serious injuries. Why not you guys go and rest? It must have been tiring and there are still 3 more days left. Hayate suggested. I am going to get a room. Naruto, are you going to look for Hinata? Haku asked. Nah, not now. Maybe later. Naruto gave a small smile, but Haku stayed long enough with Naruto to know that it was a fake smile and she knew what was the cause of it. Alright. Haku replied and motioned Ranmaru to come with her, when she and Ranmaru was out of Naruto's sight. Ranmaru, can you go and get a room for our team? I have to find someone. Haku requested to their young teammate. Sure, it is about Naruto and I, right? Ranmaru asked. Haku smiled and nodded softly. With Naruto. Naruto was sitting in the corner of a hallway. He was looking at his index finger as if he was examining it. The first time Naruto killed, he still hesitated, and some might consider that as an act of desperation. There were bandits attacking the village, but the problems were not with their numbers but with their determination to kill. He still remembered his first kills. He saw one bandit going for a kid no older than Ranmaru. The bandit pinned him down and was going to strike him with a sword. Naruto threw one shuriken at his wrist, and he dropped the sword, but in a rage he used the other hand to choke the boy. Before Naruto could go help, he saw few other bandits approaching at a farmer who was guarding his house, probably with his family inside. Naruto knew either way, his decision would cost life. So he went for the lesser evil. He killed the guy choking the kid by throwing a kunai at his head, and killed few of the approaching bandits towards the farmer by hitting some of their vitals with his shuriken. He still felt remorse after he had done the deed. But this time, there was no remorse, no hesitation, no pity, nothing. He didn't know what came over him, but at some point he felt his instinct took over. When his head was cleared, he was shocked to see what he had done but didn't have the courage to face it. That's why he didn't see for himself the bloodshed he caused. He didn't know what to feel. A soft hand to his cheek brought him back to the reality. His eyes met the lovely lavender eyes he loved so much. In an instant, Hinata saw everything through his eyes. The desperation, the fear, the self-loathing. As if he understood that Hinata was seeing through his soul, he averted his eyes. Hey there, Hinata-chan, heard that you passed the exam super fast. That's awesome, Naruto said with a fake smile, still not meeting Hinata's eyes. Hinata smiled softly. She gently cradled Naruto's head in her chest while with one hand started stroking his blonde hair. Naruto was stunned. He didn't know what to think of this situation, but a moment later when it started to soothe his raging heart, he let it out. Naruto held Hinata tighter, as if letting her go would be his end, and broke down. It's alright, Naruto-kun. Hinata kept saying it gently to calm down her blonde knight. In a corner, Haku smiled and left to give some privacy to them. OMK, the bet was quite rowdy for a Jonin bar, but because of the Chunin exam next day, most of the Jonin was there to make bets on teams, even some Anbu were there as well. Yamato was feeling out of place as he never did anything like this. He was the youngest Jonin around, and even in the time at Anbu, he tended to avoid this kind of situations. I know my team will pass the preliminary rounds, but I think for reaching finals, Shikamaru might be able to pull it off, Asuma said as he hurriedly put out his cigarette when he saw Kurenai approaching. Well, if he is anything like his father, he might quit if he finds it too troublesome. Kurenai chuckled. But I can bet that from my team at least one person will be going to the finals. Kurenai finished with surety. Well, I think all of my youthful students can make it to the finals. I know their skills and abilities, and I can assure all of you that they are strong enough to face any kind of challenges. Guy proudly boasted. Interesting, but don't be so sure, Guy. Even for my team, I will follow Kurenai-san's assumption. One of my student will be going to the final. Kakashi gave his signature eye smile. But all of my students can wipe the floor with any of your students and reach the finals easily. Yamato chuckled slowly, but instantly he shut his mouth. He nervously looked around to see all his senior Jonins were looking at him, some cheekily and some with astonishment. So who wants to bet against our youngest member? Kakashi suggested a bit too eagerly, and almost everyone raised their hands. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Chapter 22, Preliminaries. Haku was going toward the kitchen. She needed to assemble all the events that had transpired at the forest, which was anything but normal. But she wouldn't be able to do that with a hungry stomach, and as she came closer to kitchen area. That guy was definitely Jonin level. Did you see how he traded blows with me and was able to get away even from you? One voice said grumpily. It was a tad bit loud. Hearing that, Haku stopped. But his other teammates were not that much, although they had peculiar techniques, I must say. A girly voice spoke up. Haku leaned toward the wall in a relaxed manner. She wasn't eavesdropping. While the way they were talking, there was no need to. Regardless, that doesn't add up. Remember, he said he failed the exam 5 times, or was it 6 times? Another voice replied, but it was calmer than others. I don't know, maybe to spy on other villages' teams? Where are you going? The girly voice asked someone. Haku opened his eyes to see a tan boy, as tall as her, was standing near her. His headband indicated he was from Kumo. What have we here? A pretty sexy eavesdropper. Are all Konoha genin like this, doing their work behind the shadow like a rat? The boy huskily whispered. Who needs to eavesdrop when you people are talking with that volume in a public place? Haku calmly replied, at which the boy grinned more. Also, I thought a true shinobi works behind the shadow. Didn't know your village has a different viewpoint. Cool and hot, I like it. The boy chuckled. Is there anything wrong? A new voice asked. Both of them turned around to see it was Sasuke. Before D could retort, his other teammates came out. She is right, D. We were loud and it is a public place, let's go. She said in a voice which sounded more like an order. Guess we have to leave it at that. D chuckled and left with his teammates. Just one problem after another. Haku sighed when Kumo team left. Anything I should know? Sasuke asked, but Haku's eyes told him to drop it as she seemed still pissed about what happened in the forest. Look, I am sorry and you know that it was not my doing, Sasuke said, but it was more like whining, at which Haku smirked. Yes, but it was you who had a good time, isn't that right? Haku chuckled as she went inside the kitchen. Sasuke followed her. How about this if I beat? Sasuke coughed. Defeat you, then would you forgive me? Sasuke asked. Haku looked at Sasuke and raised an eyebrow. She came and stood near him. At this distance anyone could see Haku was few inches taller. Do you think you can take me on, little Uchiha? Haku said sarcastically but in a joking manner, at which Sasuke smirked. I think I can take you on at anything, Sasuke replied calmly. It sounds like you are implying something else. Haku grinned as she shortened the distance between them, and to her surprise Sasuke did that as well. Maybe I am. Sasuke chuckled softly and then backed away. Cheeky boy. Haku laughed softly as she took some food from the counter, but before leaving she turned around. But I look forward to it. 3 days later. When was the last time a preliminary round was held? Kakashi asked as he looked down at the gathered genins who were listening to the Hokage, some complaining about the sudden pretest for the third part of the exam. Long ago, but the best part is all the rookies passed. Kurenai replied, Team 5, Team 7, Team 8, Team 9 and Team 10 are the Konoha teams that passed, and from other villages, the Suna team and one Kumo team passed. Yes, but I think this is the first time that Dad has called the clan heads to come and watch the preliminary. Asuma added, and it was true. After the second day, the proctors of the exam knew that they had to hold a preliminary round to cut out some genins, and seeing the opportunity, the Hokage called the clan heads to come and watch the fights, as most of the teams that passed had clan heirs and heiresses. But the most youthful prospect is that all the teams came before the 5th day. Their youthful spirits hold much more potential than us in our time. Guy gave his thoughts and everyone had to agree. So, Yamato, I am sure you remember the bet. You can still back out, you know? Kakashi gave his signature smile to the youngest Jonin. Back up my ass. I will never hear the end of it if I do. But I have faith in my students. Kakashi-senpai. Yamato grunted. All the other Jonins laughed. Guess the old man finished his speech, Asuma pointed out. After his speech, the Hokage motioned everyone to return to the waiting area to wait for their turns. He came and took his place with the clan heads. It was actually Irika's idea to call for the clan heads. He asked Hokage if, at least, the parents could come and watch their children's fights. It would help them and the participants as well. Hokage pondered for some time, but when he heard that only on 3rd day, 6 teams made it to the next round, he went with the idea. The 7th team made it on the 4th day, but the surprising part was no other team came after them, and it was the first time ever that the second part of the exam finished before the time limit. So who thinks their child is going to the next round? Hokage said in a light manner to the clan heads. It was rare to have all the clan heirs and heiresses in same year, same exam. I think my pup can pull it through, he better be. Some said. Maybe, but I still think my daughter will win it all, Inoichi said boastfully. Well, for my son he can only win if it is not that troublesome, Shikaka said, at which almost everyone laughed. Let's hope for the best, shall we? Choza added. Hayashi and Shibi was quiet, but from their gesture anyone could tell that they were also expecting their respective child to win. So let's not wait anymore, shall we? Hokage chuckled. Waiting area? So you guys think you can pull it off? Yamato asked, although his voice was sincere, but there was a bit of desperation. Hope so, Haku replied, but then looked at Naruto and whispered. Stop mopping around, you had your Hinata time as much as you could. Naruto just grunted. After the first day, Hinata tried her best to be around with him alone as much as she could, but Kiba was getting in the way most of the time. Hinata looked at Naruto sadly. She knew that Naruto was still hurting over that incident. After the exam, she would spend some quality time with her boyfriend to make sure he would have his cheerful side back, but for now she had preliminary to concentrate on. First match, Ramura vs. Chuji. Right off the bat. Yamato shook his head. Come on, don't worry. You will do just fine, Haku said in a supportive voice. She took out a kunai and gave it to Ranmaru. You might need it. Ranmaru. Ranmaru looked at Naruto, who has finally had a cheerful face. Naruto knew that right now his teammates needed him. He grinned softly at Ranmaru. I think this might help you. With that he whispered something. Come on, Chuji, beat the crap out of that snotty brat. He is new and shouldn't have enough experience like us, Ino said. Shikamaru and Asuma nodded supportively at Chuji as well. Ranmaru vs. Chuji. Ranmaru and Chuji went down to the arena. Hate looked at each of them. Ready? Both nodded. Begin. Chuji dashed back, was confused when he saw Ranmaru looking at him in surprised state. What's wrong? Chuji asked defensively. No, I was surprised that you were able to move so fast despite being fat, Ranmaru replied. There was a pin-drop silence. What was that, you snotty brat? Chuji shouted, but as soon as he did, Ranmaru made a ram seal and his eyes glowed. Most of the spectators noticed, but the angry opponent did not. Chuji concentrated chakra around him and suddenly he grew big, and then he shouted. Human bullet tank! His arms and head went inside and he started to rotate dangerously and charged toward Ranmaru at extreme speed, but to everyone's surprise he just went past him and was smashed straight to the wall. What's wrong? Too fat to move properly? Ranmaru teased once again. Chuji saw red. He heard Shikamaru was shouting something, but he ignored it and charged once again, but to his confusion, once again he was collided with a wall. He ended his jutsu to see what was wrong. He turned around, albeit a bit wobbly, to see Ranmaru throwing a kunai at him, and it seemed like he didn't move an inch. Chuji dodged the kunai easily, but the moment it hit the wall near him, smoke started to come out from him. What smoke? Was the last thing Chuji was able to say before he was out cold. Hate just looked at knocked out Chuji and smirked slightly. Winner Ranmaru. Naruto and Haku was cheering for Ranmaru while Yamato held out a victory sign to Asuma and Kakashi. Wait, what happened? Ino asked. She still didn't seem to grasp what had happened at the arena. It's simple. Everyone looked at Kurenai. Overly excitement and pure rage makes one person vulnerable to genjutsu. Ranmaru used that concept wisely. He is really good with genjutsu, so he didn't need much hand seals, and I think he pumped up chakra before even going to the arena. The last part was a lie Kurenai told to keep Ranmaru's bloodline hidden. So when he taunted Chuji, it was easy for him to use such a simple genjutsu. Shikamaru ended the explanation. But why didn't Chuji dodge properly when he saw the kunai with the tag attached? Sakura asked. Probably because he used another genjutsu at Chuji so that he doesn't see the tag, Kakashi replied back. His book was gone. It was an exciting match, and it was only the beginning. I would suggest everyone to get it together. Asuma added. Guy was having some youthful moments with his mini-me, so he didn't comment anything. Ranmaru came back at the waiting area and went straight toward Asuma. Asuma-sensei, when Chuji-san wakes up, please tell him that I am sorry for calling him that. I did it to win, but it was still a bad thing to say. Ranmaru said while bowing, which surprised everyone. Don't worry, kid, I will tell him that, but I think he will like it if you tell him yourself when you can. Asuma chuckled as he ruffled Ranmaru's hair. Next match is beginning. Everyone looked to see who they were. Kankuro versus Sasuke Uchiha. Both of them didn't waste any time as they came to the arena. Sasuke tried not to pay any heed to Sakura and Ino, but it was hard with all those loud voices. Hate looked at each of the participants. Ready. Both nodded. Begin. Kankuro smirked at Sasuke, who didn't move an inch from his place but was watching his every move intently with his Sharingan. I know what those eyes can do, but I also know that your eyes are not fully awakened. Kankuro's smirk widened when he saw Sasuke twitching. He took out 2 kunai and threw them at Kankuro one by one. The path of the kunai was simple, so Kankuro's simple moved to the side, but then the surprise came. The trajectory of the first kunai changed when the second kunai hit it, which hit, surprisingly, the object that Kankuro was carrying. Fresh blood and scream came out from there. Ryo Kankuro came out from there, and the other one changed its form to that of a puppet. How did you know? Kankuro hissed. Sasuke didn't say anything as he started going through hand seals real fast. Seeing that, Kankuro readied his puppet, but to his surprise, Sasuke was done, all he did was shouted. Activate. Kankuro looked around nervously. Suddenly he started to feel dizzy. What did you do, bastard? Kankuro yelled as he made his puppet charge at Sasuke, who easily dodged it. I put some rare poison in the kunai which I just activated. Feeling dizzy and having problems with eyesight? Sasuke added coolly. Kankuro looked at the kunai. He threw it far when he took it out, and with the poison affecting now, he couldn't see clearly, but something was on the kunai. One more seal and the poison will be lethal. Surrender and I will give you the antidote, Sasuke said as he made another hand seal. Kankuro hesitated for a moment, but when he started to wobble. Fine, you win, Kankuro hissed. Winner Sasuke Uchiha. Hate proclaimed. Where is my antidote, fucker? Kankuro yelled. Just say, Kai, and it is done. Sasuke smirked. Kankuro was speechless. In the meantime, the clan heads were talking amongst themselves. That was nifty of him, Inoichi said. It was when he said activate, wasn't it? Chuja asked. Yes, he made the seals of a genjutsu and said the name of it, slowly followed up by that stunt. When he shouted activate, he used it as a distraction so the Suna kid doesn't hear what he really said before. Shikaka added. The Suna brat got scared of the kunai when the only thing it had was his own blood. Some laughed. Would you blame him? Sometimes the effect of a genjutsu is similar to poisoning, Shikamaru replied. These matches are truly unpredictable, Hayashi said, at which everyone just gawked at him, even the Hokage. With Sasuke was welcomed by a combined tackle hug from Ino and Sakura, but he dodged them easily. Glad that you didn't fall for that taunt, guess you are improving, Haku chuckled. I will take that as a congratulation. Sasuke smirked at her. Guys, the next match is going to start, Naruto urged them. Naruto Uzumaki vs. Kiba Inuzuka. Awesome, we are going to get an easy win. Let's go, Akamaru, Kiba shouted, but before leaping down he looked at Hinata. Cheer for me, okay? Hinata smiled at him, but she looked at Naruto, who met her eyes, and then she gave him an encouraging smile but blushed when Naruto winked at her. He then went toward the arena. Naruto might get thrashed. Ino sighed but looked at Naruto, and when their eyes met she gave him a thumbs up which confused Naruto, but he returned the gesture. I wouldn't be so sure. Shikamaru gave his thought. Why? Ino looked at him. Let's call it a hunch. Shikamaru finished the conversation. Although Ino wanted to know more, she decided it was better to know by watching. Naruto came to the arena, but before Hate could begin the match. I don't know what someone like Hinata sees in a clan-less street urchin like you, but now I am going to show her who she should choose. Kiba grinned, but it lessened when he felt the temperature dropping few degrees. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously, and instead of azure blue, his eyes had ice blue shade. Lighting started coming out from his body and surrounded him like an armor. Although it was not that much, it still showed how much pissed Naruto was. Hate coughed to draw the attention. Let the third match begin. Kiba straightened himself and smirked at Naruto. Akamaru, you sit down on this one, I can take care of this. Kiba took out a pill. Just because he got a bloodline doesn't mean he mastered it so quickly. Kiba ate the pill and suddenly his features became more animalistic. If the master doesn't want to fight, I don't see why I should either. Naruto pumped up his chakra and made his signature seal. Shadow clone, capture formation. 5 shadow clones came out, 3 were in front and 2 were in back. After Naruto made his clones, he started to walk back. Hiding behind stupid clones isn't going to help. Kiba charged, but his mistake caused Naruto to take the first blood. One of the clone came right at him, but Kiba, thinking that it was a normal clone, wanted to go through him but was met with a hard elbow which threw him off, but he spun and landed properly. Kiba looked critically at each clones this time and understood that they were not regular clones, but was surprised when all 3 clones surrounded him. Beat my stupid clones first, mutt. Then we will see what we can do. Real Naruto smirked as he stood at the end of the arena platform. Kiba was livid. He knew no matter what, his increased agility and strength could give him an easy win against the clones, no matter how special they were. But he was proven wrong once again. As minutes passed by, he was still unable to take down Naruto's clone. Ingenious! Guy's surprised voice grabbed everyone's attention. I am guessing you know why our young Inuzuka is having problem? Asuma inquired. It's a simple yet youthful tactic. Usually shadow clones can be destroyed by one strong attack, but those are not normal shadow clones. They are stronger and takes more chakra to create, and because of that they can withstand more attacks. Guy explained. That doesn't explain why Kiba is having trouble? Ino asked. It's because the way they are fighting. Each shadow clones are perfectly collaborating with each other, and not only that, each of the shadow clone is using different styles of taijutsu which is hard to counter. This is the first time I am seeing something like this. Kakashi explained, and the Jonins were surprised to see Kakashi still not reading his book, rather he was watching the fight with interest. Correct, my eternal rival. But there was another person who used to fight like this. Hearing this, everyone looked at him for answer. It was the second Hokage. Back at the arena, Kiba was having hard time. He almost got the clones few times, but other clones would support the damaged clone by giving it enough time to be replaced by one of the 2 backup clones. It was not going to end. Kiba knew it was going to take a huge blow on his pride, but he couldn't afford to lose the match. Akamaru. Kiba suddenly threw a pill at the puppy. And when Akamaru ate it, beast human clone. When Kiba said that, Akamaru transformed into a perfect Kiba clone. Use passing Fang. Hearing that, Akamaru used one of the signature jutsu, and took out one unwary shadow clone which gave the edge Kiba was looking for. Fang passing Fang. Kiba and Akamaru spun at a ferocious speed and delivered many powerful beast-like attacks to the rest of the clones, effectively destroying all of them. Guess the master finally joins the battle. Real Naruto said as he readied his stance. This match would have been a real easy one, but he promised to Yamato that he wouldn't use Kiba's swords against any Konoha shinobi unless it was an emergency. So he couldn't use his strongest specialty, Kenjutsu. Time to use that. Naruto whispered to himself. You are going to regret that, dead last. Kiba raged as he spun and made another Fang passing Fang with Akamaru, but instead of going straight toward Naruto, the jutsu went upward and dashed down at Naruto. Also this time both tornado-like attacks were spinning around each other, resulted in a combined vicious drill-like technique. Super Fang passing Fang. The moment Kiba started his jutsu, Naruto started to prepare his. His lighting chakra spiked, causing lighting to come out of his body, but then he focused so the lightning chakra gathered around his left arm only. He pumped more chakra in his arm, from elbow down, creating more powerful lighting. After that he spewed water over his arm which merged with lightning, and created a chakra-like arm. It was so thick that his real arm couldn't be seen, and also at the same time sparks and lightning were coming out here and there, and it was making thunder-like grumbling noise. Storm release, divine fist. When the two jutsu collided, the match ended instantly. Kiba's technique was so overpowered that when Naruto's fist hit his, he was thrown out of his jutsu, and he along with Akamaru were sent straight to the other end of the arena. They were out cold before they even hit the ground. Everyone's eyes were as big as dinner plate, except for Yamato who was grinning like a madman. All of the older shinobis wanted to see if Naruto could use any storm-release jutsu, but they didn't expect something of this caliber. That was a sealless jutsu, wasn't it? Some said in stunned voice. Troublesome, not only that it has enough potential to match even Rasengan or Chidori. Shikaka added. All the other clan heads were looking at Naruto speechlessly, but only Hayashi had an amused expression, but it was hardly noticeable. Light smokes were coming out of Naruto's left arm, and it was shaking as well. Damn, still too strong. Naruto grumbled. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Hate declared when he recovered from this stunning event. All the jonins wanted some explanation, but when they looked at Yamato, he had two fingers up and had an amused expression. I know what you want to ask me. Yes, I know about this jutsu, but it is not my place to tell anything about it, Yamato said. When Naruto came to the waiting area, Kakashi jumped first. So, Naruto, care to explain what kind of jutsu was that? Kakashi asked, giving his signature smile. Bloodline secret, Naruto answered flatly. Before anyone could ask anything, Hinata came and started to check Naruto's wounded arm, making him smile. Naruto looked at where the clan heads were, and his eyes met Hayashi's. Naruto grinned while maintaining eye contact, at which Hayashi's one eyebrow went up a bit, seeing that Naruto's grin widened. Don't think you are getting my daughter that easily, brat. Try and stop me, old fart. Hinata finished treating Naruto's wound, ignorant to the silent event that just occurred between her boyfriend and her father. Temari vs. Tenten. The match was pretty one-sided. Temari became victorious while she remained untouched. That was brutal, Naruto commented. She is strong, Haku added, but her voice had a challenging tone to it. Sasuke looked at Haku amusingly when he heard that. Ino Yamanaka vs. Haku. Haku didn't wait as she went toward the arena while Ino shouted as how she was going to win this fight easily. When both came at the arena, ready, begin. Ino jumped back and took out kunai at each hand. I don't know where you came from, but don't think that Sasuke-kun will like you just because you look tough. Ino grumbled as she didn't miss the interactions between them. But she was also hoping that Haku would start arguing about it so she could use her signature jutsu while Haku was distracted. Really? Then why did he molest me when I was sleeping? Haku asked in a flat tone. Silence. What the hell? Ino screamed. She looked at Sasuke, who was looking anywhere but at the arena. Although his clearly visible red cheeks answered everything. Most people didn't know what to say, except Kakashi. She does have a nice figure, he said in an understanding tone. I was framed, but she just won't let it go. Sasuke groaned. Checkmate. Shikamaru sighed. Asuma nodded understandingly. Forehead, why didn't you? Ino couldn't finish. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. Haki used her jutsu. The area was filled with thick mist, but it only surrounded the arena ground. What the heck is this? Ino said in a shocked voice. And your daughter just revealed her position. Shikaka laughed softly, at which Inoichi facepalmed. There were few small yelps, and after a while the mist cleared to show a fainted Ino with multiple needles sticking throughout her body. Winner Haku, Hate declared. Haku smiled softly and went back to the waiting area where she was received with applause from her team and friends. That's my team. Guess all of you are advancing to the finals, Yamato grinned as he declared a bit loudly. Others jonin looked away, embarrassed. After this is over, we go to celebrate the team's magnificent victories. You guys earned it. Yamato's grin widened. Cool, thanks sensei. Naruto cheered while Haku grinned and Ranmaru smiled in appreciation. Hinata Hyuga vs. Sakura Haruno. Good luck, Sakura, Kakashi said. Sasuke nodded as well. Sakura smiled and slowly headed toward the arena. Hinata also received supports from her team and friends. Naruto gave her a thumbs up and a wink which made Hinata to blush. When both reached the arena, Hate studied them. Let the match begin. Before they could take stances. Give up on the dense knucklehead Hinata. He will not see you the way you want. He is too obsessed over me. Sakura smirked. Hinata stiffened for a bit. Got you. Genjutsu, Cherry Blossom Vision. Hinata went still, taking the advantage. Sakura charged at Hinata to end the fight quickly, but the moment she was close. Palm heel strike. Hinata struck Sakura at her chest, effectively paralyzing her as the attack took her by surprise. It was a clever technique, Sakura-san. You followed Ramarakun's idea. While coming down you completed half of the jutsu, and on the arena you distracted me to pull off the rest of your technique. Hinata said as she took a kunai and held it on Sakura's throat. Hade got the message. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. Then why didn't it work? Sakura grumbled as she was still in denial. Hinata smiled softly at her but didn't answer. She headed back to the waiting area where her team and friends cheered for her, and if it wasn't for Yamato restricting Naruto, she might have gotten a bear hug from him. Next match is going to begin. Kakashi motioned everyone to pay attention. Shikamaru Nara vs. Sai. Troublesome. Shikamaru grunted, but the next moment surprised him and everyone else. I quit. Sai raised his hand, and seeing everyone's confusion face he added, my main skills require special substances which I don't have enough now to win a full-out match. Hade observed Sai for some time. Winner by forfeit, Shikamaru Nara. Praise the Lord. Shikamaru beamed, at which everyone laughed. Sasuke looked at Sai for some time, then just shook his head. Wow, the lazy ass got the easiest win. Naruto whined a bit. Ranma nodded with him. Haku just smiled at them and laughed softly with Hinata. Gaara vs. Lee. It was the most intense and brutal match. Lee lost, but he dominated the match at latter round, and when Gaara won, if Guy didn't intervene, they would have seen a brutal finishing. Naruto was actually pissed the way Gaara wanted his match to win, but for some reason he could relate his hate. He just shook the thought away. Yujitoni vs. Shino Aburame. The blonde girl smirked as she jumped and landed on the arena floor. Shino followed soon after. Hade confirmed whether they were ready then. Let the match begin. Both Shino and Yujito jumped back to gain some distance. Shino started to gather insects to go for the offensive. Yujito gathered her chakra as well. Secret technique, insect sphere. Bugs started to come out from his hand and started to box in Yujito, who was rather calm, which made Shino to frown. Fire style, blazing vortex. With that, Yujito started to spin, creating a flaming sphere which destroyed most of the bugs in an instant. After she finished her attack, she grinned at Shino. Bad luck, bug boy. My primary affinity is fire and I am quite good with it. So if bugs are all you have, I suggest you to back down. Yujito proposed mockingly. Shino scowled, but he weighted the options he had. The jutsu Yujito used was strong, but everyone could see it needed a lot of chakra, meaning she wouldn't be able to spam it, although she was good with fire element, which was easy to notice. Shino could go all in to catch her off guard, but that would mean he had to sacrifice lots of his bugs. Logically speaking, you shouldn't be able to use that jutsu unless you are a chakra monster. Yujito had enough training to stop her from flinching. You will run out of chakra if you think you can burn your way through my bugs? The moment he said that, more bugs started to come out from his body, and it was twice as many. Now it was Yujito's turn to frown. Shino was right. Without the help of her tenant, she wouldn't have enough if he went all out. And because the Hokage was present, there was no way she could get away with using her specialty. Why not we see Bug Boy? Will your bugs fall first or my chakra runs out first? Yujito challenged, but she didn't have the spark like before and Shino caught it. They both stared at each other, and the crown was watching with anticipation at what was going to happen next. Logically, if fire attacks all you have, then it is my win, but the victory will come with greater sacrifice, which is quite unreasonable for me. Shino took a deep breath. Proctor, I forfeit. Shino finished. Yujito narrowed her eyes. It was her win, but it felt like Shino just gave it to her. That was quite tactical of your son. Too bad he couldn't win, Shikaka said. It just means he has to train harder, Shibi said calmly. Guess only young Hinata and Shikamaru are going to the final, Tsum said. Hayashi just nodded, but there was a ghost of a smile in his face which didn't go unnoticed by other clan heads. Niji Hyuga vs. D. This will be the last battle, and because of that, C from Kumo team gets free pass to the final, Hade declared. C smirked slightly, but it was nothing compared to his other teammate. Guess you got what you wanted, Yujito commented. They were standing bit far away from the rest like the Suna team. Sure looks like it, D laughed. A bit later, both D and Niji came down to the arena. This is the last fight, Hade commented. Let begin. Niji jumped back and activated his Byakugan. It seems fate is smiling at me for letting me fight against the Kumo scum. Niji sneered. D openly gawked at him, and then he started laughing hysterically. Really? D's laughter lessened. Fate? Is that the best excuse you can come with? So what do you say when you lose a fight? Fate was taking a nap? D asked between his laughter, hearing that even Naruto snickered but stopped immediately when Hinata looked at him. Niji was livid. He charged to attack, but to his surprise D jumped back, quite fast, and went through several hand seals. Lightning release. Lightning dragon's hide. Strong lightning started to come out from his body exactly like Naruto, but it was more intense and more controlled. Niji's rage was turned into confusion and then in understanding. Even Hayashi, who was looking at the battle, understood the meaning behind that jutsu. I guess you understood what this jutsu is for. Let me tell you something, Hyuga. Fate did smile, but not at you, rather at me for putting me against you. D told, gone with the cheerfulness, and was replaced with deadly aura. Niji looked at him critically, and then they went all out against each other. The fight was too fast for the other genins except for a few. Incredible. Guy remarked. I thought it was unwise to use taijutsu against Hyuga. Haku asked. Normally yes, but this kid is using lighting chakra as an outer shield which is working marvelously against Gentle Fist. Kakashi commented. No, it is more than that. Guy added, at which everyone looked at him, but he didn't say any more. Niji was having a hard time against his opponent. He figured out what was the problem, but what he needed now was a solution. Because of D's lightning chakra, Niji couldn't inject his chakra into his opponent's chakra pathway system. D suddenly leaped back. Let me show you how your Gentle Fist is nothing compared to my Dragon Fist. D smirked. Niji scowled, but he kept his anger to himself. He took a breath and started to think about his options. He had few jutsu under his belt which he wanted to save for the final, but guess he had to bring them out right now. Niji started to concentrate more chakra to his fingers, determined to penetrate D's defense. Understanding Niji's gesture, D scoffed and motioned him bring it on. Niji smirked and said, You are now in my field of divination. Niji said as he pushed more chakra into his fingers, but rather than getting intimidated, D widened his stance but put both of his arms in front with closed fist. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Niji yelled out as he spun on glowing yin and yang with D at the edge. His fingers was covered with so much chakra that it looked like chakra needles. Lighting dragon's heavenly protection. D said as almost of the lightning chakra gathered around his arms and legs. Not only that, but more lighting emerged from his body and surrounded him like a protective sphere. But the most surprising act was him closing his eyes. As the deadly fingers closed and D's arms moved accordingly as if he was seeing all of Niji's strikes. Each deadly sharp strikes was blocked, but Niji was not called genius for nothing. He understood that D was using his arms as a wall to protect his body, and seeing that Niji changed the direction of his strikes and started to hit D on his arms. D smirked as if he also figured out what Niji was up to, so he pushed more chakra towards his arms. For taijutsu enthusiasts, it was a magnificent battle to behold. Precise offense versus flexible defense. When the attacks were finished, both competitors leaped back to gain some breathing room. D looked at his arms, they were swollen. It's over, Kumo scum. You can't use those arms of yours anytime soon. Niji smirked. I am disappointed. D sighed, and hearing his voice Niji scoffed. How ironic that even with the mighty Byakugan, you are still blind. D raised his arms. What you did was to block the chakra path on my arms, but that's it. Real taijutsu doesn't rely only on bloodline or chakra. It's vast and ever so expanding. But someone like you won't understand. D spat. So let's finish this. Niji was furious, but D wasn't the only one who was injured. Niji's index finger and middle finger on both hands was injured badly. But that didn't matter. With raised palm, Niji went in for the finish. With his Byakugan he could see that there was no chakra in D's arms, meaning he was vulnerable no matter what he said. D shook his head. He loosened his stance once more, putting one leg a bit behind than the other. The moment Niji was close, he saw it clearly. D's chakra spiked a bit, but it went toward his leg fast. D put all of his weight on his front leg and he gave a roundhouse kick, aimed at the side of Niji's head, but the kick was far worse than a normal one as it was enhanced with lighting chakra, meaning more speed and more power. Lightning Dragon's Tail Swipe. Knowing that the kick had further reach and because Niji couldn't redirect his course, he put his arm up to protect his head, but it was all for naught. The moment his kick landed, Niji's arm broke like a twig, and even with the damaged arm up, Niji felt a vibration pass through his head, and it was so strong that for a few seconds he lost his consciousness. Without stopping, D rotated his body to the other way and delivered another consecutive attack with the same leg. This time it was a back kick which hit dazed Niji right at the chest. Niji flew, and when he landed, rather roughly, he started to cough violently. Proctor, call the match, D calmly suggested. Hate looked at Niji, who was trying to breathe properly. Winner. Hate was stopped by Niji. Don't think you won just like that, Niji shouted, who stopped coughing but still had difficulty even standing. Fate has declared you to lose by my hands. I don't know which is worse, gentle fist which never develops or a Hyuga who hides behind his delusional beliefs. D spat. Let me put you out of your misery. D stood straight, he focused his chakra on his legs. Lighting Dragon's raging dash. In an instant, D was in front of Niji and hit him with chakra-enhanced shoulder bash. Niji wasn't fast enough to dodge, so he got the full blow from it and flew once more, and this time was smashed into the wall. He fell from the wall unconscious. Hate shook his head. Winner, D. Everyone released their breath, even the Jonins and clan heads. One could say it was one of the most suspense match ever. With this, the preliminary round is over. All the remaining contestants come down and pick your number. And show it to me. Hate shouted. Every remaining genin came out and took a paper from a box. Receiving the numbers, they showed it to Hate, who noted it down. So this is the match list of the finals. First round, Haku vs Sasuke Uchiha. Hearing that, Sasuke smirked at Haku, who just smiled softly but didn't look back at him. Second round, Shikamaru Nara vs Temari. Temari didn't say anything, but everyone heard Shikamaru's groaning. Third round, Hinata Hyuga vs D. D laughed as he looked at Hinata, who surprisingly met his stare head-on, although not maliciously. Fourth round, Naruto Uzumaki vs Gaara. Naruto facepalmed, but Gaara made no notion. Fifth round, C vs Ranmaru. And Yujutoni will be fighting one of the winners from first round, but it will be decided on that day. With that, Hate backed away as Hokage came and looked at them. First of all, congratulations to all of you who passed these rounds. There were some quite spectacular matches I have witnessed, and I hope that you can show much more on the final round, which will be held after 1 month. Train in this 1 month and make your village proud. With that, Hokage finished his speech, at which everyone bowed and started to head their own way. Guess I get to beat another Hyuga, a pretty one at that. D smirked. Hinata looked at him. Not every Hyuga is like what you believe them to be, D-san. You are good, but you have too much pride. Hinata softly answered. My pride is just, I am strong and I just beat a Hyuga in Taijutsu, which was supposed to be an impossible feat. D snickered. You haven't beat all of the Hyuga, D-san. Hinata calmly replied, at which D just laughed. We will see about that, pretty girl, but don't worry, I will make sure not to hit that beautiful face of yours. With that, D went toward his team, laughing. Naruto came after D left. He wanted to rip D's face off, but knew that Hinata wanted to say something to that guy after he beat Niji. You okay, Hinata? Naruto asked softly. I am fine, Naruto-kun. I will meet with you later. Hinata wanted to leave, but Naruto grabbed her wrist. Is it okay if I come with you to visit Niji? Naruto requested, which made Hinata smile. I will be glad if you do. A bit far away, Haku saw Anko going to Hokage and saying something. She wanted to go to her but was stopped when she heard someone behind her. I didn't forget the deal, Sasuke-san, if that is what you wanted to ask. Haku said as she took a side glance. What if we raise the wager a bit? Sasuke asked with a smile. And that would be? Haku turned to look at Sasuke. If I win, you forgive me and answer some questions regarding your past. Sasuke asked calmly. And when you lose? Haku asked in the same calm tone. If I lose, I will do whatever you say. Sasuke answered back. You get to be my male servant for 1 day. Haku grinned, at which Sasuke lost his composure. He surely didn't expect this. I always wanted a servant. Haku laughed as she started going toward Anko. Sasuke just stared at her speechlessly. Being a servant for a girl like her won't be that bad, Kakashi said as he came to Sasuke, who scoffed hearing that. But I would suggest you make sure Zabuza doesn't hear you molesting his foster daughter. Hearing that, Sasuke visibly shivered. Somewhere hidden, can you tell me why neither the Sound team nor your team was able to pass the second round, Kabuto? Orochimaru asked calmly, which was never a good sign. Orochimaru-sama, For Sound Team, I don't know what happened, but I saw dead bodies of Kirinin there as well. I am guessing unexpected problems rose and they were unable to overcome them. Kabuto answered from his kneeled position. Useless pawns. What about you? Orochimaru asked as he narrowed his eyes. I was met with a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru looked confused for a bit, but Kabuto continued. It was neither from the sand nor from the Konoha. She was from Kumo. Hearing that, Orochimaru stood up slowly. Was she strong? Orochimaru asked evenly, at which Kabuto nodded positively. That would cause some problems, Orochimaru said as he closed his eyes as if he was thinking something. How so? Kabuto asked. You have to understand, Kabuto, how a Kage thinks, which is why I was able to manipulate Kazekage. Someone like Reikage will never send one of his strongest weapon all the way out here unless he has a cause of his own. But I think I know where he is going with this. Orochimaru opened his eyes and he started to walk away. Will it clash with our plans? Kabuto asked, still kneeling. Most likely. Tell me, Kabuto, you know what previous Reikage did to get bloodlines? Seeing Kabuto nodding, he continued. Their new Reikage is no better, I am guessing. What would he do if he heard that one of his precious bloodline was found in another village? Kabuto looked up in surprise as if he understood what his master meant. And if I were him, I would try to snatch or destroy few more while at it. Orochimaru hissed. Should I prepare something for them as well? Kabuto suggested. By all means. With that, Orochimaru was gone. Chapter 23, Second Time. Naruto and Hinata went inside Niji's room, who was awake and had a blank look on his face. He shifted slightly when he felt their presence. Came to boast about my defeat, Hinata-sama. Niji gave a defeated smile. Naruto tensed, but Hinata gently touched his shoulder to remind him of their promise. Let me take care of this, please. Hinata went closer to the bed. She had talked to the doctor beforehand and knew that even though Niji had serious injuries, he would recover soon without any major problem, unlike his teammate. Niji and I-san. Niji looked at Hinata when he heard her gentle voice. I always envied you as you were and still are one of the greatest prodigy of our clan. You don't want to look at it, but you have the support of the branch family. Even some main house members talk about you with great pride. But the disheartening part is that you change your own talent yourself by hiding behind your deceitful ideology. Niji narrowed his eyes but didn't say anything. Everyone deemed me weak and delicate heiress who will not be able to do anything. I didn't have any support, not even from my own father. Both Niji and Naruto tensed at that, but Hinata continued. Yet I kept going because I took strength and support from someone while hiding behind the shadows, as I was too coward to do it directly. But just by taking small steps that someone noticed me back, and to my utmost joy, not only I am one of his most precious person, but also he sometimes relies on my support and strength. Can you imagine? Someone who is so strong and have such an unbreakable will depends on someone weak like me? It makes you think that no matter what, as long as you believe in yourself and follow your own heart, you can accomplish anything. So to make my dream come true, I won't hide behind my fears or any kind of beliefs that would obstruct my dream. I will continue to strive forward. What about you, Anai-san? Can't you see? You are not only destroying your own talent and future, but also hurting yourself with your deceiving conviction. Please think about it. Hinata smiled sadly as she started to head toward the door. Both Niji and Naruto were speechless. If you excuse me, I have to start training to defeat someone who dishonored my family. With that, Hinata exited. You know, sometimes I wonder how Hinata can remain so kind with all the abusing she gets from her own family. At least for me, it's strangers. Naruto said, but he whispered the last part. Naruto shook his head and followed Hinata, but when he went outside he saw Hayashi. Naruto saw sadness and a bit of self-loathing inside the man's eyes when their eyes met. He didn't wait any longer as he went after Hinata, and as for Hayashi, he sighed and went inside the hospital room, hoping that by taking this step he could mend some part of his broken family. Naruto caught up with Hinata, who was standing in front of a door. It seemed like somehow she missed meeting her father. Lee is there? Naruto asked, and Hinata just nodded. Is it bad? Hinata didn't answer Naruto's question as she didn't know. A bit later, Guy came out, and it was the first time that Naruto saw Guy without his cheerful attitude. Guy looked at them and smiled sadly. Ah, what a surprise. Guy straightened himself. Do you need anything from the mighty Guy? How is Bushy Brow? Naruto asked first. Hearing that, Guy slumped back again. It is bad, but I know that Lee is youthful enough to pull himself out of this. Even though Guy tried, but he failed to sound overly joyous like his usual self. We believe in him, he will get better. Hinata tried to cheer Guy, which seemed to work. What none of them noticed was that a red-haired girl hearing the conversation who backed away without them spotting her. I am sure he will die. Everyone turned to see Kurenai, and Yamato was coming along with the rest of Team 5. Where are the others? Naruto asked. Kakashi and Asuma took the rest of the rookies back. Kurenai replied. She looked at Hinata, who was fidgeting a bit, and smiled. I know what you want to ask of Guy, and that's perfectly okay with me. Hearing that, Hinata smiled back and hugged her sensei. The rest of the people were confused. Guy-sensei, is it okay if I ask a favor from you? Hinata asked nervously. Guy smiled and motioned her to continue. Will you train me for the final? Hinata requested as she bowed slightly. Guy was taken aback a bit. He looked at Kurenai, who nodded. It will be my honor. Guy smiled and gave his signature smile. But you are not giving Hinata any of your spandex suits. Kurenai warned. Guy just laughed. My youthful friend, do you see all of my youthful students wearing that outfit? It is just a preference of mine. Guy replied back, and Kurenai blushed at hearing that. While we are at it, Kurenai-san, would you like to train Ranmaru again? Yamato asked politely. Ranmaru was surprised to hear that. Like Guy said, it will be my honor. Kurenai chuckled lightly. So Naruto and me are stuck with you? Haku asked. For the time being, before I can find any better solution. Yamato grinned. With Naruto was going back home. After some rest, he would take out Hinata to eat and have some alone time together, cause he knew that on the upcoming month both of them would be really busy in their training, as their opponents were no joke. For Hinata, she had to overcome her clan's prized jutsu's weakness, and somehow would have to come up with a counterplan, because even he could see that the D guy was way too strong. One wrong move could change the outcome of the match. And for Naruto, one wrong move and he would be dead. Gaara was too bloodthirsty, and he kept talking about his mom as if he was possessed. He would have to go all out. He asked Yamato, and he gave him the permission to use Kiba swords. Heck, he even said to use anything and everything in his arsenal. What Gaara did to Lee was unacceptable, and Naruto would make sure that Gaara would have a taste of his own medicine. Well, not that brutal way though. Before Naruto could open the door to his apartment, he suddenly felt lightheaded. What happened? Naruto asked as he steadied himself. Looking good, kid? The familiar voice spoke up. Naruto almost shouted, but he immediately put his hand on his mouth and looked around. He hurriedly went inside his room and ran toward his couch. He sat down and began to concentrate to dive into his mindscape. He opened his eyes to see the divine beast lying around leisurely but with a big grin on his face. Been some time, huh, kid? Reiju asked with a smile. Reiju-san, you are back! Naruto shouted as he ran and hugged the beast, but with the size he got lost in Reiju's fur. Reiju chuckled at that. Nice to see you too, Naruto, Reiju said. Naruto came out of his fur and started to shake off the hair that was stuck throughout his body. Where have you been, Reiju-san? You missed everything. Naruto pouted. So why not you enlighten me then? Reiju grinned. Naruto nodded excitedly and sat down. He then started to describe everything that happened from the day Reiju left, and Reiju had to admit, he did miss lots of interesting events. I knew you were going to make it to the final, and I am glad that you were able to pull off that technique. There is something we need to talk about, and I think the timing is perfect as well, Reiju said seriously. What is it? Naruto asked a bit nervously. Remember the test Lord Raijin talked about? Naruto gulped hearing that. He thinks you are ready to take it. So what do you think? Naruto started to fidget a bit hearing that, and who can blame him? He was going to meet a god who would give him a test. Seeing his nervousness, Reiju spoke in a soft voice. You are more than ready, Naruto. Trust me and trust yourself. Besides, when you pass the test, you will learn about your own family, and not only that, I will ask Lord Raijin to let me train you for this exam of yours. Naruto's jaw hit the floor. All nervousness was gone and was replaced with pure determination and excitement. How could I forget? This is the only shot I have to know my family. And not only that, I am going to be trained by a legendary beast, I will own everyone. Naruto stood up and looked straight at Reiju. I am ready. Hearing his answer, Reiju grinned. Glad to hear that, kid. Now listen. If I am not mistaken, you said you have 1 month till the final exam. Somehow I need you to convince others that you will be gone in that period to train yourself without revealing about Lord Raijin and me. Can you do that? Reiju asked. Naruto was worried. How could he ask for 1 month leave without exposing any of these? Suddenly, remembering something, he looked at Reiju. Reiju-san, is it okay if tell all about these to one person? I always wanted to. Naruto pleaded. Is it that girl? Reiju asked, and seeing Naruto nodding, he smiled. Sure, but only her. Who knows, maybe she can help you with this predicament. Reiju chuckled. Thanks, Reiju-san. Naruto got out of his mind and rushed to take shower. With all the excitement, his fatigues were all gone and forgotten. Half an hour later, with few bowls of ramen, he was fully charged. He sprinted toward Hyuga compound. He knew that Hinata might still be exhausted, but he just couldn't wait. He reached the compound gate and asked the guards for Hinata, who reluctantly went inside to call her. Few minutes later, Hinata came out with her normal outfit except for the lavender jacket revealing her developing figure. Naruto couldn't help but to check out his girlfriend. He quickly used one hand to rub his forehead as an act to hide what his eyes were doing. For Hinata, she didn't notice her boyfriend's odd behavior. She looked fresh, but a bit exhaustion could be seen in her eyes. Is there anything wrong, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked a bit worriedly. Is it okay if we talk somewhere else now, please? I need to tell you something super huge important stuffs. Naruto pleaded after finally being able to take his eyes off from her body. Hinata's worries lessened when she saw Naruto's overexcited eyes. His cheeks were red, but she thought it was because of him running all the way here. And what Naruto wanted to say must be something really important and exciting for him if he couldn't wait till their date. Give me a minute, Hinata replied with a smile. She went inside and came out wearing her jacket. What's wrong? Hinata was confused. Naruto was looking at her jacket as if it was some kind of abomination. How many of those jackets you have? I am pretty sure the one you were wearing at the exam was pretty roughed up. Naruto narrowed his eyes at the enemy that was depriving him of his girlfriend's full beauty. Almost as many as your own jacket. Hinata giggled. Naruto hung his head in defeat. So what are you going to tell me, Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Ah yes, but let's go there first. Naruto pointed at the Hokage monument. Hinata nodded. She knew that it was his favorite place. When they reached there, they sat down. Naruto was fiddling a bit as he didn't know how to start. Hinata smiled at Naruto and squeezed his hand in reassurance. Naruto smiled back and took a deep breath. Hinata, remember that night? When Mizuki team deceived me? Naruto said. Hinata nodded. How she could forget, as that night changed everything for her life. Here goes nothing, Naruto thought nervously. Then he told her the truth about the night. About Raijin and Reiju, about his bloodline, about Raijin's test, and what would come after that. In a way there was not much to tell, but still, it did sound absurd. Hinata had an expressionless face, but suddenly she spoke up. That explains how you could eat so much ramen despite your size. Naruto blinked. He opened his mouth but nothing came out. I mean, everyone knew your tummy is like a gigantic wormhole. Hinata giggled as she poked the stunned Naruto's stomach. But for it to make space for two mythical creatures, I think you broke the record of having the biggest stomach. Although I am not sure what to think about the Thunder God's part. Hinata's giggling increased when she saw Naruto's face. Naruto tried hard to form a sentence, but his mind was blank. Even Reiju and Kyubi were blinking inside his mindscape. Naruto-kun, Hinata gently said as she cupped Naruto's cheek. I do believe you if that is what you are afraid of. And I don't care if it is Reiju-san or Kyubi-san or any other legendary beast you host, you are you. Naruto Uzumaki, the person I admire most, who is also my boyfriend. Hinata blushed at the end. Both Reiju and Kyubi raised their eyebrows when they heard the girl. For Reiju it was because the girl was far more mature than he gave her credit for, and for Kyubi, never once Hinata spoke about him with malice or hatred, but rather it was with neutral respect. Naruto finally got out of his shocked state. He lunged at Hinata, who squeaked loudly but was silenced by a rather passionate kiss. It was quite a while since Hinata fainted. Naruto tiscad when Hinata fainted. He wanted to show how much he appreciated what she said. He thought that maybe he could go another round when she would wake up. Kid, hold your horses. You didn't tell her everything yet. Reiju laughed softly. Fine, fine. Naruto grumbled. A bit later, Hinata woke up, who innocently looked around, but the moment her eyes landed on Naruto, her face lit up like a Christmas tree. Sorry, Hinata-chan. I guess I got overexcited. Are you mad? Naruto asked sheepishly. Not trusting her voice, Hinata nodded negatively. Seeing that, Naruto released a breath of relief. Hinata-chan, there is something I didn't tell you yet. When Hinata looked at him, still blushing. Remember I said that Lord Raijin wants to test me. Reiji-san told me that I am ready to take it now, and I agreed. Hinata gasped softly. Her embarrassment was replaced with worry. Will you be alright? She asked. You know me, I will be fine. But I kinda need a favor on something. After saying that, Naruto explained Reiju's idea. It will be hard to convince people, and it doesn't help the fact that you have few special circumstances. Hinata pointed out. Naruto sighed as she was right. But I think there is a way. You could say to Yamato-sensei that you want to try out a new jutsu, and you will be unavailable for a few weeks. As for place, maybe you could add that you will be training in Hyuga training ground. Hinata suggested. Naruto wanted to hug Hinata, but knowing that she might faint again, he refrained himself. But what if they come and don't find me there? Won't you be in trouble, Hinata-chan? Naruto suddenly got worried. When the time comes, leave it to me. Hinata replied back with a smile. This time Naruto didn't stop himself as he engulfed Hinata with a bear hug. Though she blushed, she giggled back loudly at this. Sometime later, you sure you want to do this alone? Yamato asked. When Naruto made his request, he wasn't surprised as Naruto had the tendency to train alone. I know my opponent is a hard-headed, bloodthirsty jerkass. But I know I can pull it off. Although if you can manage to give me the scroll of the body flicker jutsu, it would be really great. Naruto replied. Fine, but don't overdo it. And I want you to report back to me in every week. Yamato said. How about 2 weeks? Naruto asked sheepishly. 10 days and any more than that, and you will be in trouble. Yamato answered sternly. Thanks, Yamato-sensei. Next day, Naruto properly checked his bag to make sure he got everything. Yamato was able to give him the body flicker jutsu. How will you go, wherever you are supposed to go? Hinata asked softly. They are standing in the entrance of the training ground 44. Reiji-san said that he will teleport me there, but I have to go somewhere with lots of wildlife, so when he teleports me, his power won't be noticed. Naruto explained. Naruto put the bag on his back and looked at Hinata. Don't worry, Hinata. I will be fine, Naruto said softly. Just come back safely, to me. With that, Hinata kissed him on the cheeks. Can I get one on the lips? For good luck, you know, Naruto requested shyly. Hinata blushed deeply but complied with Naruto's wish. The kiss was soft and gentle, and it lasted longer as if both were reluctant to end it. Finally breaking away, Naruto smiled back tenderly as he stared into Hinata's soft lavender eyes. I will be back, I promise, Haim. With the last goodbye, Naruto dashed inside the forest. Hinata watched him leave, and when he vanished she turned on her Byakugan and tried to watch him as long as she could. When he was finally out of her vision, she smiled softly to herself and left the place. I know you are sad, kid, but when you come back you will a lot stronger. Reiju tried to cheer Naruto, which worked. So, Reiju-san, when will you teleport me? Naruto asked. I think this should be okay. Alright, I want you to close your eyes and concentrate, Reiju replied. Naruto stopped and did what he was told. Lightning started to gather around him and made a protective sphere surrounding him, but Naruto wasn't able to feel it. Slowly the sphere started to decrease in size, and suddenly in a flash, everything was gone. The only thing left behind was a scorched ground. With Haku. Are you sure about that, Haku? Ibiki asked. They were in one of the confinement rooms for privacy. Yes, the Sound Genins called the guy that attacked Sasuke's team Orochimaru, Haku said. Well, the snake bastard used to wear that kind of outfit, and from the sounds of it, I am pretty sure he wanted to mark the Uchiha brat. Anko grumbled, but then smirked. Still, I wanted to see his face when he bit your ice clone. So what now, Hokage-sama? Ibiki asked the last person in the room. Hiruzen just sighed. Things just got more complicated, but at least Jiraiya would be here on the next day. There was this unknown Umbu group that attacked Team 5. Although he had a hunch about it, he had no evidence to follow up. Also about Orochimaru, the third knew whatever he was up to it was no good, and it seemed like Sound was affiliated with him. There is one more thing. Haku gained everyone's attention. There is this one guy, Kabuto was his name, I think. He is too suspicious. I know for a fact that a mere genin isn't supposed to have information about missions of a rank, and yet he knew about them as well as almost everyone's personal data. Also, the Kumo team was strong, and I heard them saying that they met this guy, and even though they were able to handle his teammates, he was strong enough to get away from them easily. One even commented that he was almost Jonin level. Haku revealed her thoughts. Ibiki narrowed his eyes. It sounded like what a spy would do. This is quite troubling. Hiruzen thought for a while. Everyone, whatever was discussed here today will stay here. Ibiki, I want you to personally check on these events. Jiraiya will reach here tomorrow and I think he can help you with this. These are quite sensitive matters, so I want you two to stay out of it for now. Hiruzen held out his arm when he saw Anko was going to protest. If we dig out any more information we will ask for your help, till then stay put. And Haku, I sincerely thank you for this, but right now you have a final to concentrate on. Haku bowed in appreciation. Kid, for what you did, feel free to come here if you need any high-level equipment, just ask me. Although there would be some restriction, but I am pretty sure you can find lots of fascinating things to your liking. Ibiki smiled a bit. Haku grinned at that. With Lee. It was nighttime, so it wasn't hard for her to infiltrate Lee's room. She looked at the boy and chuckled gently. She bit her own hand to draw enough blood and took some of it in her mouth. She leaned down and kissed Lee and made him drink the liquid. Lee groaned lightly at that. She stood straight and exited the room. Guess I will hang around in Konoha for a while. With Naruto. Naruto opened his eyes. He was feeling lightheaded and having slight nausea. He looked around to see he was in a huge shrine-like place. The ground was made with thick dark marble, while in the walls there were masks, similar to the one he had that night, which were glowing. Also there was no roof and it felt like the cloudy sky was really close. But the spookiest part to Naruto was that sometimes, few light chakra appeared and disappeared like ghosts. In the end of the room, there was a huge throne and Raijin was sitting there without his mask on. Although Naruto couldn't see his full face because of the darkness, he was still able to see the smirk that Raijin had. Reiju was next to him, but he had an encouraging smile. Welcome to my humble domain, Naruto. I am glad to see you for the second time. Chapter 24, Challenges. So, what is your plan, Sasuke? Kakashi asked. After the preliminary, Kakashi was surprised when Sasuke came to him to ask him for training. Kakashi wanted to train him for the finals, but he didn't expect that Sasuke would come himself first. After giving Sakura and Sai some training schedule, he took Sasuke to an Umbu training ground. Honestly, Kakashi-sensei, I don't know. Haku is good, too good. She has more experience than me and not to mention she got the elemental advantage. But despite that, I want to win. I want to surpass her. Sasuke answered with pure determination. Kakashi smiled. That was the kind of answer he wanted. Very good, Sasuke. There is nothing wrong to admit that you are not strong enough, rather it helps you to motivate to become stronger. Now if you want to defeat Haku, you have to become stronger than her, and there are 2 ways to do it. Kakashi said. 2 ways? Sasuke said in confusion. Yes, first is to broaden the area you are already good at. Improve and polish those skills. It is more like strengthening your base, for example working on your dojutsu. So, even if she has an idea of what you are capable of doing, you can still surprise her with the same techniques if you have more precision, power or control. Also, I think your battle with Haku will be more like who can out-tweet another rather than who can overpower the other one. Kakashi explained. I can relate to that. She tends to make her opponent use more power than her, and also she fights with speed and accuracy and tactically. Sasuke added. There you go, you also know about her fighting style and strategies. Now we are getting somewhere, Kakashi said with his signature smile. Okay, but what about the other way to become strong? Sasuke asked. With Haku and Yamato. The other way to defeat your opponent is to work against his weakness. It focuses more on counter-based strategies and skills rather than self-development. Yamato explained. Well, the problem is I already defeated him twice, so he will be ready and more unpredictable. Haku sighed. She was grateful toward Naruto. Because he left to train alone now, Yamato would solely focus on her. They were at their usual training ground. Yes, but even so you already broke down his power and tactics. Now it is up to you, which way you want me to train you? Yamato asked. Haku thought for a while. Sasuke was desperate to win, and she would definitely admit that he was quite smart and talented, and losing 2 times, in a way, had given him more motivation than necessary. Haku knew Sasuke would be coming at her with everything he got and more, much, much more. If she wanted to remain undefeated, she had to try out something extraordinary. I understand, but can I try something out? Haku then told Yamato about her plan. Yamato laughed. He felt proud, something which was unfamiliar to him. He looked gently at Haku. Kakashi-senpai will have a vague idea about how I will train Haku, but same can be said about me. This match is more like which student and teacher can outwit the other, and I can guarantee that we just scored the first point. Yamato thought with amusement. With Hinata. Didn't I say, Guy-sensei, that let's believe in Lee-san and he will be fine? Hinata said. Guy just cried louder. When he went to the hospital he was scared when he saw doctors and nurses going in and out of Lee's room. Later the main doctor told him that Lee was fully out of danger, which was nothing but a miracle, although he still needed to go through the surgery, but it was not life-threatening anymore. In a month or so, Lee would fully recover. You are right, my youthful student is going to be better soon. Now we have to put our heart and soul onto your youthful training, Guy replied. With a small smile, he took a deep breath. Composing himself, he looked at Hinata. He became full serious. Now as for your training, Hinata-san, let's discuss the match between D and Niji first, shall we? Although I hate to admit, this D was more youthful and spirited than Niji. Did you learn anything from the youthful fight? Guy asked. Hinata was taken aback a bit by the sudden mood change, but she complied to Guy's request as she recalled the match. All I could say is that he knew how Gentle Fist works. And somehow his style was countering the Gentle Fist as if his style was made for that. Hinata answered. Very good, Hinata-san. Gentle Fist is strong, maybe one of the best taijutsu styles out there, but it is not the strongest. Can I trust you with one sensitive information? It is regarding your clan and fighting style though. Guy asked politely, at which Hinata nodded. When your uncle was alive, he was one of the best taijutsu users in our village. Even amongst Hyuga, the only person who could have gone against him was your father. Hinata blinked. She never knew her uncle was that strong. But as a taijutsu specialist, I wanted to see who was stronger, so I challenged him. There was no holding back. I fought your uncle with everything I have. Guy paused. And I beat him using strong fists. Hinata gasped. In just less than few days she found out 2 fighting styles stronger than her clan's. Your father requested that I do not spread this unnecessarily, as it might have caused some uproar in your clan, and I agreed, as I didn't challenge your uncle for fame but rather for achievement. Guy smiled when he looked at Hinata, who was deep in her thought. Now, Hinata-san, you have to understand, Gentle Fist is not weak but rather the way it is used. If a taijutsu master can witness any style one time, then he or she can already find few holes in that style, and if he or she observes several times, then they can come up with counter techniques. No taijutsu style is perfect, but you can always improve or evolve your style. That is what I do with my strong fist, as even now I am trying to find ways to improve it. Guy said. I heard from your sensei that you are working on your own version of Gentle Fist, is that correct? Guy added, and Hinata nodded hearing that. Is it possible for you to show me how much progress have you made with your style? Guy requested. Alright, Guy-sensei, but it is not complete yet. Hinata replied. Not to worry, my youthful student. Spar with me and then we can see how youthful your style is. Guy said in an encouraging voice. Hearing that, Hinata steadied herself and took her stance. With Naruto being a god, Raijin lived long enough to interact with various kinds of people. Most of them wanted to use his powers. No matter what kind of people they were, good or bad, all of them were frightened when they stood before him. But this was the first time he had seen something like this. Naruto was panicking, but not because him. His chamber held too much energy, so from time to time it would release a bit of those energy in form of huge transparent particles, and whenever any particle would emerge, Naruto would look at it sharply with wide eyes, and he would become so tense that if those particles would make any kind of noise he would scream and ran away from there. Raijin looked to his side to see Reiju was having an embarrassed face. Guess our little friend has problems with my room, Raijin said, but only Reiju heard it. He is not good with supernatural beings. Reiju answered, at which Raijin made a face. What are we then? Let us change the place then, shall we? Raijin said louder so Naruto would hear that, and immediately he snapped his fingers and the place transformed to that of Naruto's mindscape. Wow, so cool. How did you do that? Naruto exclaimed as all his previous fear was all but gone. Like I said, this is my personal domain, so I can change it any way I wish. Now, Naruto, I have seen that you have grown a lot stronger than I anticipated. You even renamed your power. Raijin said, chuckling. Yes, sounds great, right? Maelstrom release. Do you like it? Naruto said in a bright tone. Yes, it does. But now it brings us to the second meeting. You remember what I said back there? And I also think Reiju explained what I will give you if you pass? Reiju asked. Yes, and I am ready. I will pass this test of yours. Naruto replied in a determined voice. Glad to hear that. Let's not waste time, shall we? The sooner it is over, the sooner we can see what we can do. Reiju will take you to the place. I wish you all the best, Naruto. With that, Raijin disappeared with white flash. Before Naruto could utter a word, Reiju appeared beside him. Follow me. The moment Reiju said that, the area changed and now they were in a large hallway. Naruto quietly followed the mythical creature. Somewhere in Konoha. So I hope this helps. Baki said. It sure will. I will relay the message to Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto replied. Baki nodded and then left the place. Kabuto wanted to leave as well, but he stopped and looked back. He concentrated to see if there was anyone, but nothing seemed to be out of place. Kabuto just shook his head and left the area as well. The moment he left, a small grasshopper disappeared with smoke. With Naruto. What the hell is this? Naruto asked in awe. He was in a huge open platform, and in the middle of it there was a tower that was so high that the end of it couldn't be seen as it reached the sky, although the stormy sky seemed to be very close to the platform. Naruto, this is the lightning tower. Your test is simple, Naruto. Reach the top of the tower, but someone will be accompanying you and both of you have to finish this together. There are different kinds of creatures inside, but I am sure both of you will be able to handle it. Reiju explained. So who is coming with me? Naruto inquired. Reiju looked to his side. Following his gaze, Naruto saw the person. It was a boy similar to his age who had spiky silver hair, very light skin and blue eyes. He was wearing baggy clothing, consisting of long-sleeved and dark-colored shirts and baggy shorts which reached above his knees. His boots were brown and black in color. Naruto, this is Killua who will be joining you with this test. He has already been informed about this beforehand, Reiju said. Naruto just smiled and went in front of the boy. Nice to meet ya, Naruto said in a cheerful tone while extending his hand. The boy just went past him without even looking at Naruto. Just don't slow me down, mortal, Killua replied. Reiju sighed when he saw the interaction. He knew something like this was going to happen. Reiju-san, you know accidents happen everywhere, and if something… Naruto couldn't finish. No, Naruto, you cannot kill, maim or injure him, and don't even think about using him as human shield. Reiju interrupted him. Fine, fine. I will carry his snotty ass all the way to the top. Naruto grumbled. Bear with it, Naruto. He is also doing this to prove something, Reiju added gently. Naruto just nodded and went toward the tower entrance. Naruto, Reiju called, and when Naruto looked back. Believe in yourself, Reiju said encouragingly. Naruto smiled back. 30 minutes later. Naruto was fuming. After entering the maze-like tower, both him and Killua encountered various kinds of monsters like giant bugs, beasts, and strong wooden dolls. The problem was not with the enemies but rather with Killua. He was strong, Naruto would admit that, as Killua was taking out any enemies that were coming at them with extreme speed and top-notch precision. Naruto was looking at the huge dead bear. Killua just killed it by snapping its head like it was nothing. You know, we are supposed to work together. Naruto finally relayed his thought. We are supposed to be at the end of the line together. No one said to work together, so just sit back and don't bother. Killua replied coolly. Why the fuck are you treating me like a weakling when you know nothing about me? Naruto barked back. Killua stopped and looked back at Naruto, who felt chill going down through his spine. But he didn't falter, as he met his stare with equal fierceness. Because all you mortals are weak and useless, they cling to gods for their own selfish purposes, using the blessing of the divine gods for pure chaos and destruction. Killua said in an icy tone. There was a pause. Sorry, pal, I lost you at the mortal part. What does it mean again? Naruto asked sheepishly. Killua just blinked rapidly. Mortal is a term to refer humans like you people. Killua sighed and continued before Naruto could say anything. And no, I am not mortal, as I am one of the offspring of Raijin, and for some unforeseeable circumstances I didn't inherit full godhood, a mistake that I am here to fix. Killua finished. Aha. Naruto replied with fake understanding tone, but Killua noticed it. It means, dumbass, that Raijin is my father, and I am a half-god. Killua grunted. Ah, okay. Why didn't you say so from the beginning? Naruto huffed. Now you know, so what are you going to do? Beg for forgiveness or ask for favors? Killua sneered as he resumed his walking, not wanting to hear Naruto's reply. Dude, you need to chill. Naruto answered in a relaxing tone. Killua was surprised as he looked back to observe Naruto carefully. I don't give a two shit if you are the son of Raijin, or the one who gave birth to him. To me, you are an arrogant, snotty brat. Naruto added coolly. And here you are flaunting my father's blessing. Did you not call him through sneaky manner and wish for his powers? Killua retorted. Let's get something straight. I called Lord Raijin to save someone precious to me, and as for the blessing, while I am grateful to him for granting me such powers, I never asked for it. Naruto replied with irritation. So will you give away your powers if my father deemed you unworthy? Or will you run away? Killua smirked. I am here doing this stupid-ass test rather than packing my bags at my home, ain't I? And I will do whatever it takes to prove myself worthy to Lord Raijin, and it is not because of keeping the powers, as something much more is on the line. Naruto answered back with a grin. It happened in an instant. One moment Naruto was standing, and next, he flew and crashed into a wall, and on Naruto's place Killua was standing. You are not worthy, Killua said in an icy tone. So this how it is going to be, huh? Naruto got up and cracked his knuckles. This works better, Naruto added, and Killua just glared hearing that. Both of them were enveloped by lightning chakra. Naruto took out his Kiba blades, and for Killua, his fingernails changed into claws with raw lightning surrounding from his wrist up. Both dashed at each other, but to Killua's surprise, Naruto used the Kiba blades to jump over him. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Capture Formation. When the smoke was cleared, 5 Naruto was in front where the one original one, as he was carrying the Kiba, was behind, and 2 more Naruto was behind him. Naruto wasn't stupid when it came to fighting. He knew from the earlier actions that Killua was faster and more agile than him. Relying on petty techniques won't work, Killua said as he snapped the head of the first clone that charged at him. Every other Naruto winced at that. Dense shadow clone or not, nothing would hold long against that kind of lethal attack. You are really stupid. Even a blind fool will know where the real one is. With that, Killua charged at the Naruto holding Kiba and gave him a hard palm strike, but to his surprise, one of the furthest Naruto smirked. Got you. With that, the Naruto Killua hit exploded in his face. Killua was thrown into a wall, but he recovered before crashing to it. He had burnt marks on his one arm and part of his face. His cloth was ragged too, but surprisingly he started to heal, and within few seconds his injuries healed mostly, but not fully. Killua looked at Naruto and smirked. You gotta be shitting me, Naruto whined. Killua's hand started to gather lightning, and sensing danger, Naruto grabbed his blades and started to prepare his own jutsu. The lighting that gathered around Killua's hand roughly took shape of 2 yo-yos. Twin Moon Storm Style, Crescent Moon, Twin Zap Cannon. The huge lightning-powered white energy wave crashed into 2 fast-spinning lightning yo-yos. The explosion was huge, as both were equally and extremely powerful. The explosion threw both Naruto and Killua out of balance. Naruto recovered fast as he put down some traps quickly. When the smoke cleared, Killua was seen standing. Although he was a bit battered, his face showed no concern. He started walking in a motion that created lots of afterimages of his body through a varying cadence of steps, but the fearsome part was that there was no noise during his movement, and there was hardly any distinction between the real and the afterimages. Get ready, Killua's voice echoed as this technique of his surrounded Naruto. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Defense Formation. Naruto created lots of dense shadow clones to surround him, hoping that it might give him some time, but the clones were crushed immediately with single attacks, and the worst part, none of them saw the attacks coming. Fuck! It doesn't matter if I create a normal clone or dense clone, he just pops them out like it is nothing. Naruto cursed as he immediately made his favorite hand signs again. Shadow Clone, Breakdown Formation. Few more shadow clones were created, and now it was Killua's turn to make a mistake. Thinking that it was normal clones, he destroyed them, but unfortunately most of them were explosive clones. The rest were dense clones that used their body to protect Naruto from the massive explosion. Killua was thrown away from there and landed harshly, but he immediately stood up. He looked at his battered body and knew that even though his healing was amazing, it wouldn't cover the damage he was receiving. The problem for him was that most of his attacks were brutal and made to kill in a single strike, and he couldn't use those fully on Naruto. Not that he thought he needed to go all out, as he wanted to overpower Naruto. But the problem was his exploding clones, as Killua was unable to see the difference between the normal and those dangerous versions, and Naruto was spamming it non-stop. Killua took a deep breath. Time to finish this little game of ours. But I will admit, I never thought that you would push me this far, mortal. Killua said in a calm voice which alerted Naruto. Kanmuru. Lightning started to surround Killua's body as his hair became spikier and his eyes changed into ice blue color. His whole body was emitting electric-type aura. Naruto took his Kenjutsu stance, but before he knew it, he was hit in 5 different spots all at once. His stance loosened as he tried to breathe but immediately felt another strike to his stomach that caused him to fly away from the place. He is ridiculously fast. I don't even know if the hits are punches or kicks. Naruto recovered in midair to land properly. Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created hundreds of clones hoping to slow Killua. Don't you get bored using the same trick? Killua sighed. Thunderbolt. Killua shouted as he projected large bolt of lightning from his hands, striking all the clones including real Naruto with electricity, destroying all clones instantly, but luckily for Naruto he was able to deflect the attack cause of Kiba. What Killua didn't know was that Naruto was using the clones as distractions so that he could use his other strong attacks which take time to use. But Naruto knew with Killua's speed it would be impossible to hit him unless it was that jutsu. He also knew that Killua wasn't the type to sit around while he focused on creating a strong jutsu. That's why he created so many of the shadow clones, because when all of them were dispelled at same time the smoke created the distraction he needed. He went through hand seals fast. Storm release, laser circus. Naruto shouted as the lightning laser beams hounded Killua, who was surprised that even with his speed the laser beams were chasing him like those knew where he was, and suddenly it clicked. They are sensing me cause of my lightning, Killua thought, and he also found the solution. In a second Killua came face to face with Naruto, who was standing and guiding the jutsu, and started to hit him with deadly precision. Naruto's jutsu ended immediately as he coughed up blood and fell to his knees. Time for the finisher. Killua thought as more lightning emitted from his body and took shape of yo-yos, and this time there were 8 of them which were floating around his body. Lighting meteor. All the 8 yo-yos rushed toward Naruto, who in defense held out his kiba hoping to deflect them, but to his surprise and horror the spinning yo-yos came at him in zigzag style. Even though he was able to block 3, the rest of the attack hit him hard. The impact was so strong that floor beneath him cracked open and Naruto fell. With Naruto. The moment Naruto fell, he saw Killua's face for a second. He had the same cold eyes that Naruto was used to see in his village. The eyes that denied his existence. The eyes that told he was worthless. The eyes that never saw him. Naruto felt something snapped inside of him. Why me? Because we are cursed, you and I. What did we do to deserve such fate? It is because we hold power that they fear. Anger. Pure and raw anger. That was what Naruto felt at that moment. Then let me show him something to fear. Inside Naruto, the tailed beast smirked. Somewhere else. Reiju tried to move, but Raijin held his arm. Lord Raijin? The real test begins now, for both of them. With Killua. When Naruto fell through the hole, Killua just saw him falling down. He took a deep breath and looked around to see they caused too much damage to the floor. But before he could think about his next step, there was an immense pressure, but the aura was not divine, it was the opposite. Impossible, how can there be such kind of power in a divine place like this? Killua pondered but looked down to see the floor was cracking. He immediately jumped back, but there was a huge explosion which caught him. He changed his direction of landing, but the moment he landed he felt something on his cheek. He touched there to see blood coming from a cut. Killua looked at front. When the dust cleared, Killua was surprised and a bit tense at what he saw. Naruto was standing far from Killua, but his aura, demeanor and appearance all but changed. He had dense shroud of chakra surrounding him. The shroud was a translucent red with bubbles of chakra forming all along it, and not only that, lightning was encircling the chakra cloak as well, but instead of blue the lightning was pure red in color. As for Naruto, his whiskers and the area around the outside of his eyes darkened. His eyes were crimson red with black vertical slits as pupils. Naruto now had the same expression that Killua had. Cold and uncaring. Time for round 2, half god. In Kumo, you know what you are supposed to do? A asked. Yes, although the reconnaissance team has sent all the information about the boy, we are to observe him ourselves. Darui replied. And if he truly does have the storm release, we will initiate the capture and detain plan. The last person in the room said. That is your primary objective, but while you are at it, if opportunity rises, try to capture the last Uchiha and the princess of Konoha as well. But concentrate on the prime target and remember. The Raikage narrowed his eyes. Failure is not an option. Chapter 25 Finally. What is wrong, Hinata-san? Guy asked when Hinata suddenly stopped in the middle of their training session. Hinata looked at a direction where it started to get cloudy. The roaring of thunder could be heard even from where they were. Guy followed Hinata's eye. Guess there is a storm coming, Guy stated. For some reason, she didn't know how, she knew something was wrong and it was about Naruto. Please be safe, Naruto-kun. Hinata prayed worriedly. With Naruto and Killua, Naruto looked at Killua with cold and uncaring gaze. Time for round 2, half-god. Killua immediately went in to finish the match as he struck Naruto at his vitals with deadly precision and speed, but before all of his strikes could be delivered he had to jump away. Killua looked at Naruto, who smirked. Killua's strike couldn't penetrate the chakra cloak, and on top of that the chakra cloak burned Killua's hand badly. To push me this far? Killua shook his head as he took a deep breath. Godspeed level 2. Immediately Killua's body glowed brighter than before, making Naruto to take a defensive stance. Killua's appearance changed once more. The muscle in his body became more defined and one could see few veins popping here and there. His eye lost his pupil as it was now flat-out silver. Godspeed helps to transmit all electrical impulses from my brain in a straight line directly to the part of the body I want to use, completely bypassing the nervous system. But this upgrade helps me to increase my muscle power by using the same method to override the muscle capability. The side effect, though, I would be out of battery soon, Killua thought. So, let's finish this, mortal, Killua said in a deep voice. Wouldn't have it any other way, half-god. Naruto replied back calmly. Both lunged at each other, and when their fists connected, it created a strong sonic wave. Killua immediately sprang into action as if he wasn't fazed at all. Killua was faster before, but now he had the strength as well, but it seemed that his strength was not enough to deal lethal damage to Naruto unless he wanted to injure himself. Because whenever Killua hit Naruto, the chakra cloak acted as a poisonous barrier, causing Killua's skin to burn. The burn also healed slower. For Naruto, he regained speed, strength, superior senses, and his fighting style became more deadly and accurate as each of Naruto's strikes were becoming closer to hit Killua, and Killua seemed to feel it as well. Killua stopped for a moment and took a sharp breath. Naruto saw the stance and knew something was coming, and something did came, but he sure wasn't ready for it. Killua, with impressive speed and accuracy, hit Naruto on his bicep, but this time he hit at the same place lots of time in short duration. Each strikes cut a bit chakra, so all the strikes together were able to remove the chakra cloak on that spot and hit Naruto's real body before the chakra cloak could replenish. Killua immediately moved away and smirked when he saw Naruto's left arm hung loosely. Naruto looked at his arm and then back at Killua. He growled at him viciously. The moment Killua disappeared again, Naruto took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and strengthened his stance. And then he let loose a piercing howl which caused a massive sonic wave. It was so strong that it caught Killua off guard as he was forced to stop in the midair. Naruto didn't even waste 1 second as he punched with his other hand at Killua's direction, and immediately a chakra hand came out from his arm, and within less than a second it became triple the size of Naruto's fist and hit Killua. Killua was smashed into the furthest wall. He grunted but immediately dodged the second fist. Still connected to the wall, Naruto swiped his arm and his chakra arm followed his command. Killua noticed it fast enough to jump over it. Naruto retreated his arm, but immediately he rushed toward Killua, who was looking at Naruto's right arm to see if he would use that same technique, and by doing so Killua received the full force of the jaw-shattering punch from Naruto's left arm. Killua went through the wall, and the wall after that. If his improved version of Godspeed didn't strengthen his bone and hardened his skin, he would be visiting Death God by now. He warily got up and looked at Naruto, whose left hand didn't have the injury that he inflicted few moments ago. Now I know how he felt when I healed, Killua thought grimly. But the part of him that wanted to beat Naruto to prove his superiority was cast aside as new part of his self took place. The part that just wanted to enjoy the battle. Killua pumped so much lightning chakra into his hand that his hands from elbow down was completely covered with lightning. Killua took a loose stance and for the first time, he smiled. Naruto's grin widened when he got the meaning. Both dashed to each other once again. Naruto's punch met nothing but air as Killua ducked to the side and jabbed at one point of the bicep of Naruto's stretched arm, The jabs were quick and lethal and strong as they were able to penetrate Naruto's defense. Naruto sneered as he made a strong swipe with other hand. Killua once again dodged the oncoming hand and jabbed again at the other arm. Same spot, same precision. Naruto felt that his both arm lost strength as they hung loosely on his side. Killua went close to make the same strike at Naruto's body, but Naruto was not having that. Naruto moved his head back a little and headbutted Killua fiercely. Killua felt like he had been hit by a giant throwing rock. Killua staggered, but he was not going to let the momentum go, so he spun around to deliver a strong kick to Naruto, and surprisingly, Naruto blocked his kick with his head, making sure his headband take the most damage. "The fuck is your head made of?" "Same material you used to make your ego." Killua grumbled as he jumped back. He started to gather lightning, which took shape of 8 yo-yos, and they were floating around his body. Seeing that, Naruto's hands, even though they didn't recover, shot out chakra arm to the ground as the chakra arm dug through it. Lighting meteor. The moment the yo-yos left Killua, 2 huge chakra arm from each side of Naruto rose up from the ground, and they covered Naruto's whole body as a protective shield. The yo-yos hit the second chakra shield, and the whole atmosphere started to shake from the power surge caused by the clash of these 2 monstrous attacks. The result was Killua's attack was able to destroy the second barrier but lost power after doing that, so Naruto was unharmed because he still had his original cloak. Because of the dust and debris, also because he was getting exhausted, Killua didn't notice Naruto's next attack. After Naruto successfully blocked Killua's attack, somehow he knew he wouldn't last any longer. Somewhere in his mind he could feel that if he used any more of this power he would lose himself. Whatever was holding the defense against this corrupted power was reaching its point. Naruto looked behind Killua to see something and then smirked. He used all his remaining chakra at his foot and threw himself at Killua, who received the full force of the flying tackle. Killua felt all the air in his lungs left his body, and by the time he recovered he saw Naruto was still attached to his stomach while they were in midair and going, from Killua's perspective, backwards. Killua used his remaining energy to power up his one hand. Lightning hammer. Killua cursed as felt the power of version 2 got speed ending. Luckily for Naruto, he still had a bit of chakra left which acted as a barrier, but the attack was still strong. Naruto was smashed to the ground from the midair. But Killua was able to land properly. Killua got up to see they were back at the place where the fighting started. He looked at Naruto, who was lying on the ground taking deep breaths, but he was back to normal. Killua smirked at that. "My win, asshole!" Naruto replied him with his middle finger and a wide grin. Before Killua knew what was happening, lots of clones popped out as they disguised themselves as stones in structure. 2 went for Kyo's leg. He jumped, but that was his mistake. Uzumaki style, Mirage takedown. The next thing he knew he was heading to the ground fast, but he put chakra on his hand and covered his head to block the damage, but the damage didn't came from hitting the ground. 2 clone hit Killua at the same time, one in the back and one in the chest. Killua gasped, but when he looked up, one more clone came toward him. "Wrong, it's my win, asshole." Then the clone exploded. Back at Raijin and Reiju. "Guess we got a winner, although both are out of battery, only one is conscious." Reiju chuckled softly. "But I must say I am impressed at our little blonde's idea. He remembered that he put the clones as trap here, so he dragged my boy all the way there." Raijin added as he looked at Naruto, who still hadn't moved from his spot. Naruto let his clones do all the attacks as he just lay there and enjoyed the beatdown show. "So, should I fetch them?" Reiju asked. "Yes, you." Raijin stopped when he saw Naruto. Despite the injuries and exhaustion, Naruto got up slowly and walked toward unconscious Killua, said something to him, probably cursing, then picked him up by the shoulder and started to head towards their destination, slowly. "The boy never ceases to amaze me." Raijin smiled. "You did it, Naruto." Reiju grinned. Sometimes later Naruto woke up with a groan. "What the hell happened?" "You fainted when you reached the top." Naruto looked around to see Reiju lying beside the bed he was on. Reiju was smaller in size, he was as big as a large wolf. Naruto scrunched his eyes a bit as if he was trying to remember something, then suddenly, What happened to the white-haired idiot?" Naruto asked. "Rather than the test, you are worrying about others." Reiju thought with a smile. "He is fine, also Lord Raijin wants to meet you when you wake up." Reiju replied back. "Oh shit! The test!" Reiju laughed when he heard that. "Don't worry, I am pretty sure you did great," Reiju assured Naruto. "Let's go, you don't want to keep Lord Raijin waiting." With Raijin. Do you still blame them for what happened to your mother? Raijin spoke softly. They were the one who worshipped her as a divine priestess, but when the time came, they betrayed her. Killua said as he got up from his bed. But you know that all of them are not same, and if it was anyone's fault it was mine, for not being able to protect her. There was remorse in Mighty Raijin's voice. I do blame you, but I blamed them more. I know I am being a hypocrite. Killua walked toward the door. Guess I needed a thorough beating to understand that. He added with a chuckle. He is a unique boy, I will admit that. Do you want to meet him for the last time? Raijin added. Nah, it is better this way. But I do hope that I will find a friend like him in my next life. Killua said. You will, my son! Raijin whispered. With Naruto. Naruto came at Raijin's throne room. It was same as before except for the glowing particles. Glad to see you doing alright, Naruto. Raijin said. You seem like you want to say something. Your son is an ass. Naruto said it plainly. Raijin and Reiju just gawked at Naruto for a little bit, then both started laughing loudly. That he did have circumstances regarding his early life which made him this way. But thanks for straightening him up for me. Raijin replied with a laugh. Naruto just grumbled. By the way, aren't you forgetting something? Reiju chuckled. There was a pause. Oh yes, what about the stupid test? I passed, didn't I? Naruto shouted. Yes, that you did, Naruto. You did more than my expectation. You truly are an unexpected child. Raijin replied with a smile. So I will hold my end of the bargain. Reiju will take you and he will answer your questions as I told him about everything. Raijin added. Also for your extraordinary performance I gave you few gifts. Reiju will talk to you about them later. But for now go with him to see your past, Naruto. Raijin chuckled, but before Naruto could say anything back, there was a jolt and lightning flashed before his eyes. Somewhere in Konoha. Naruto opened his eyes to see he was inside a house, and from the looks of it, it seemed like the house belonged to someone special. Is this? Yes, Naruto, this house belongs to your parents, but before you go around to find the identity of your parents, know this. Lord Raijin told me the circumstances regarding your past, and also there were few more things he added about your parents, but those will come later. I will be here waiting for you if you need me. Reiju said, but there was a bit of sadness in his voice. Naruto didn't even listen fully as he dashed through the room. It looked like they were in the living room. He started going through all the rooms, although he was unable to enter some rooms, but finally he came to one room and it was master bedroom. He slowly went inside. The room was dark, but his eyes quickly adjusted. It was a normal bedroom, but what caught his eyes was the huge portrait hanging near the bed. The woman, he didn't know, but she seemed to be pregnant, but the man, he knew all too well. It was the same man he admired and loved, the man who he dreamed to become. Then it hit him, why he was chosen to carry the burden. The fourth chose the village over him, over his own family. The same fourth who was his father. Naruto looked to the side to see a mirror, and he saw himself. He could see the resemblance now. For a brief moment he didn't know what to feel. Naruto was so tempted to give in to the rage. It was boiling inside of him. Just one nod and it would all go out. Then, Lord Raijin told me the circumstances regarding your past, and also there were few more things he added about your parents. Naruto rushed to Reiju. He would have been given into his rage, but he had to hear the full story. He needed to know what else was there. Reiju looked when he heard the footsteps. In a second Naruto was there in front of him. His eyes were void of emotion, but he could see the rage and betrayal buried inside. Tell me everything! After some time, Naruto was out in the balcony, looking at the sky. He learned what happened all those years ago. How everything was ruined and destroyed because of one person. He also learned a bit more about his mother, and he could understand a little about why his father sealed Kyuubi inside him, but still he felt betrayed. Reiju told him that the Thunder God learned all of these from Kyuubi and one more source, but this was not what Naruto was conflicted about. According to Raijin, a bit of soul of both of his parents was sealed inside him. Raijin could take out those parts and give them some extended time. It was one of Raijin's presents. So in a way, Naruto would have his parents back for one day. If it was before, Naruto would have clearly asked the Shinto god to do it right away. Even now he wanted to do it, but he was afraid for some reason. He didn't know why. It was supposed to be simple, but for some reason it was not. Reiju looked at Naruto and shook his head. He knew what to do to get him out of this. In one of the training grounds. Hinata was getting ready to leave as she was finished training with Guy, who left early. Suddenly she jumped back when she felt a presence. There was a big wolf. Hinata never seen any creature looking so divine and majestic. "You are good, and you look prettier up front." The beast chuckled. Hinata blinked. She opened her mouth but nothing came out. "Fear not, girl, I am the other tenant leaving inside your boyfriend." Reiju chuckled. That snapped Hinata out of her stupor. "Naruto-kun? Is he? He is fine." Reiju finished for her. "But right now he would really need your help. Would you come with me? It may take time, so I suggest you better inform whoever you need to inform." Hinata nodded immediately. After some time, Naruto didn't know how long he was sitting there staring up at the sky. He didn't flinch when a hand touched his shoulder gently. He felt her presence the moment she arrived in the house. "Did he tell you?" Naruto asked quietly. "No, he said it was not his place to tell," Hinata replied. "I don't know what to feel, it is so complicated that it hurts," Naruto said dejectedly. "Then let me help you," Hinata requested. Naruto looked at her and tugged her to sit beside him, and then told her everything, the test, in short and censored version, as he didn't want to worry her, and then the identity and truth about his parents. "I want to meet them, but some part of me is holding me back and I don't know why," Naruto said after he finished describing everything to Hinata. "I would suggest that you meet them," Hinata said, making Naruto to look at her. "Naruto, you want to meet your parents, but you don't know how you are going to react. I would say, just be yourself. Whether you want to hug them or punch them, just follow your heart." Hinata giggled softly. Naruto smiled finally. He hugged Hinata gently. "Damn, you really know what to say," Naruto whispered. "But when I am meeting them, I want you to be there with me," he added. Hinata squeaked a bit. "Meeting Naruto's parents? Are you sure?" Hinata asked. "It would ease my mind, and I would really love it if you do," Naruto answered honestly. Hinata looked at Naruto, and she found her answer. She nodded. Next day Naruto was standing in the living room with Hinata and Reiju. The previous day, Naruto went to meet with Raijin to tell him about his decision. Raijin did his part, and gave him a medallion, and told him that to use it by pressing it on top of his heart when he is ready. He was also informed that his parents would be back for around a day's worth of time. For Hinata, she went back to compound and told her family that she would be out for the day for some personal research. She also informed Guy about the matter. Hinata squeezed Naruto's hand. Naruto looked at her and nodded as he took the medallion and held it close to his heart. A light engulfed the medallion as Naruto felt some kind of chakra leaving his body. The medallion started to float and went out of Naruto's hand as it hovered in front of him. The light intensified, and when it died down there were two people standing in front of the group. Naruto visibly shook when he saw the two people but calmed himself down. "Hello, Mom, Dad." Chapter 26. Meeting the Parents. Last thing Minato remembered was saying his final words with Kushina to his son before his soul was devoured by Shinigami. He couldn't remember how much time his soul had spent inside Shinigami's stomach. But now here he was, on top of the Hokage monument. Although the village looked the same, he knew immediately that he was somewhere else. There was no sign of any living souls, and the sky was quite stormy. "Is this Shinigami's domain?" Minato thought to himself. Minato. Minato visibly shook when he heard the voice. It was the voice of his beloved. He turned around to see Kushina standing, and just by looking at her face anyone could tell that she was also clueless of what was happening. "Kushina, is that really you?" Nothing was making any sense to Minato, and he didn't like it. "Maybe I could help you regarding this situation." Both Minato and Kushina turned toward the voice. There was a person sitting, more like floating in midair. There were 8 lightning orbs circling behind him in a relaxed manner. He was wearing blue kimono, and it had white lighting streak marks all over it. He was wearing a demonic-looking mask, with horns and large ears. Being an Uzumaki, Kushina knew about the god masks, and from the feelings she was getting from the person, it told her that he was not a normal being. "Are you by any chance Lord Raijin?" Kushina asked politely. She was short-tempered but not stupid. "One and only. Now let's skip all the formalities, shall we? I will tell you what is going on as we are a bit short on time." Seeing both of them nodding with open mouth, Raijin chuckled a bit. "This is about your son, and he is perfectly fine," Raijin added when he saw the parents tensed hearing their son's name. "Naruto is quite an interesting child. He is hot-headed and does things before thinking, but his heart is on the right place. Minato looked at Kushina, who blushed after hearing Raijin's words. Now, Kushina, was it? Kushina nodded. You know about the Uzumaki mask temple, right? Something happened to the temple and your son came in contact with my mask and yes, he wore it. Kushina gasped loudly and started to shake. Minato paled as well because he also heard about the masks. The masks helped the wearers to call gods and deities, but all of them had a huge drawback. The price of the summoning was severe, and stronger the summon, the more severe the price. And Raijin was one of the major Shinto god. Nothing harmful happened to him, so relax, Raijin said softly. Hearing his reassuring voice, Kushina felt all her stress leaving her. She almost fell down, but Minato caught her. Is he really fine or does he has to? Minato asked with trembled voice. Although he couldn't finish the sentence, Raijin knew what he meant. Your son somehow bypassed all the rules and codes for summoning a divine being. For now I would chalk it up as luck. But I did test him 2 times, Raijin replied. The first test was to see his will and spirit, and he passed, so I gave him my blessing as a reward, and cause of that he awakened unique powers. In your term, you could say he got a bloodline. Raijin chuckled when he saw Minato, and Kushina was looking at him with wide eyes. The next test was to see if he had the courage and determination to stand by his belief. And he passed that with flying colors. And the reward for that was, he got to spend 1 day with his family. Raijin finished. So you revived us for 1 day? Kushina asked. Even though I am a Shinto god, I have to follow some protocols. Reviving you two is out of my jurisdiction and also problematic when one of your soul belongs to Shinigami. But luckily, both of you had left some chakra and a bit of life force inside Naruto. With my power I was able to extend your time from there, Raijin explained. So after we spend our time, we go back to the seal? Minato asked. Unfortunately no. Raijin shook his head. Minato's shoulder slumped a bit. Without their help later Naruto would have hard time concerning the Kyuubi. So when can we meet our son? Kushina was getting impatient. She also had the same thought as her husband, but for now the only thing she cared was to meet her son. In a way, she was glad that she get to meet him early in his life and she would have lots of time to spend with him. Raijin chuckled. Sooner than you think. There is a few more things that you have to know, but my friend will tell you and your son about that later. Present time Naruto visibly shook when he saw the 2 people but calmed himself down. Hello Mom, Dad? Minato and Kushina would have run and hugged their little boy if it wasn't for a giant wolf standing behind him. Being elite shinobi, they sensed similar power like Raijin coming from the wolf. I won't get in the way of this long-awaited family reunion, so I will be quick, Reiju said. Lord Raijin must have told you too about me. I am Reiju, his lordship's companion. Pointing at Minato and Kushina he added. You two will have till midnight to stay with your son, but you cannot go outside of this compound. I have put another divine barrier on top of the seal barrier around this place. So no matter what you do, except for blowing up this place, no one from outside will sense your presence. With that I will take my leave. After saying his part, Reiju vanished in a lightning flash. It looked similar to my Hiraishin, Minato thought. There was an awkward silence as no one knew what to do. Then Kushina decided to break the ice. Naruto. Kushina crouched down a little bit. Do you know who I am? Her gentle yet trembling voice was more than enough. Naruto ran toward Kushina and hugged her with all his might. Mom! Mom! Naruto semi-yelled while sobbing. Kushina gently stroked Naruto's hair. Her tears ran down freely as well. Yes, I am your mother, Naruto, Kushina replied. Minato and Hinata looked lovingly at the duo. Hey there, little fellow, you know who I am? Minato asked in a cheerful voice to lighten up the mood. Naruto let go of his mother and ran toward Minato. Thinking he wanted to give Minato a hug as well, Minato opened his arm in a gesture to receive his son's hug. Unfortunately for Minato, he didn't receive the same warm welcoming as Kushina. Naruto punched Minato with all his might, but even though he was tall for his age, he was not as tall as 16 years old. So instead of stomach, his punch went somewhere lower. Minato squeaked as he held his crown and fell down. Naruto ran back to Hinata and hid behind her. Another awkward silence hung in the air. Naruto-kun, I didn't mean to literally hug and punch, you know, Hinata said meekly. Son, you shouldn't punch a man there, Minato said with a croaked voice from his position. Screw you, you shitty dad! You are dead, you don't have any use for that. Naruto growled. Hinata blushed hearing that while Kushina narrowed her eyes. She got angry not because of what Naruto did to Minato, she had an idea of why he did that, but, "Watch your language, mister. Where is your manner?" Kushina scolded Naruto in a motherly tone. "Well, I didn't have anyone to teach me any manner," Naruto replied softly. "What do you mean you didn't have anyone?" Kushina said in a dangerous tone. All of the people present in the room visibly gulped when they saw the dark aura coming from Kushina. Recovering from his son's attack, Minato tried to defuse the situation. "Naruto, don't you know Jiraiya?" Minato asked. "Who?" Naruto grumbled at him. "He is the legendary Sannin, Naruto-kun?" Hinata whispered to him. Minato and Kushina both saw the interactions between Naruto and Hinata from the start, and they wanted to ask a lot of questions, but they knew they had to take it slow. And seeing that Hinata was calming down Naruto, they still didn't say anything to Hinata. "What does a Sannin gotta do with me?" Naruto asked. Then do you know about Kakashi?" Minato asked nervously. He could feel his wife's penetrating glare toward him. "You mean the lazy-ass Cyclops sensei from Team 7? Yeah, what about him?" From Naruto's tone, both Minato and Kushina understood that there was no bond between them. "What about Makoto-chan and Hitomi-chan?" Kushina asked this time. Hearing her mother's name, Hinata gasped loudly. Kushina was waiting for a chance like this. "At least you know basic manner, don't you? Why didn't you introduce your little friend here?" Kushina said in a light, angry tone. Both Naruto and Hinata started to fidget, but Naruto knew he should have introduced Hinata to his parents from the start. "Sorry, Mom, this is Hinata-chan." Naruto blushed a bit before adding, "My girlfriend." Kushina's mood did a 180-degree turn. Suddenly an idea hit her. She stomped toward the kids, and seeing her coming, Naruto hugged Hinata tighter. Naruto was scared, but somehow this feeling was different. Before he knew it, Kushina chopped Naruto's head lightly. Naruto let go of Hinata and touched his sore spot, which was exactly what Kushina was wanting. She snatched Hinata, and as she picked her up, she looked at the boys. "You two fix this mess while I will have a talk with my daughter-in-law," Kushina said. "Mom!" Naruto screamed while blushing, whereas Hinata buried her face in Kushina's shoulder. "Oh, sorry, my future daughter-in-law. But I want everything to be settled when I am done." "Understood," Kushina said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Why, yes." Both Minato and Naruto replied together. Kushina left the room with Hinata, leaving Minato and Naruto alone with each other. Minato looked at Naruto hopefully, but it was crushed when Naruto growled at him and looked away. Minato knew Naruto was angry at him, and he clearly knew why, but he also sensed that Naruto's anger was not out of hatred, it was more like he was pissed off at him. Minato remembered something. He chuckled inwardly as he started to go with his plan. For Naruto, he was a lot angry, but it started to lessen when he saw his parents, and after the stunt he pulled. But still he felt like he should make his father sweat a bit more before he could think of forgiving him. Suddenly there was a noise, and when Naruto looked to see what it was, he was stunned. There was a blue orb in Minato's hand. It was as if the orb was made of pure chakra, which was rotating in all directions. To Naruto, it was incredibly beautiful, and like a moth to a flame, Naruto slowly started to approach to the orb. Meanwhile, Minato was slowly backing his hand so his son could come closer to him. Naruto jerked back as if realization hit him. "You ain't bribing me with some cool-ass jutsu, you shitty dad!" Naruto shouted, but his eyes were glued to the orb. The orb vanished, but before Naruto could say anything, Minato disappeared in a yellow flash and reappeared within few seconds in same manner, holding some scrolls. "Really? Too bad, I was thinking of telling you the secrets of my most prized jutsu, the Hiraishin. After all, it is a jutsu that won Konoha the last war, made me an S-rank shinobi in my early life, gave me the flea on sight mark on bingo book, and also the jutsu was so strong that I thought that with a few variation it could be marked as SS rank jutsu. And as my son, I was thinking of teaching you that, along with my other valued techniques," Minato said while shaking his head. By now, Naruto was openly drooling. He cleaned his mouth with the back of his hand. "If you are that desperate to make amends, then we can work something out." Minato's grin reached his ears. With Kushina and Hinata. Even though Kushina went out of the room, she didn't leave the place as she stood behind the wall to hear what was happening. In midway, both she and Hinata peeked to see what was going on. After Minato successfully bribed Naruto, he took Naruto and teleported to somewhere. Kushina just shook his head. She didn't know whether to laugh or smack her husband. Naruto always had a weak spots against cool-looking jutsu, Hinata said. Just like his dad. Kushina smiled. Enough of my stupid boys, I want to know more about you, Kushina said with sparkling eyes, making Hinata more nervous. Did you know my mother? Hinata said as she remembered Kushina saying her mother's name. Hitomi is your mother? Now that you mention it, you have her hair and even that kind and meek attitude of hers. Damn, I can't believe that my son really bagged such a beautiful clan heiress. Kushina smirked. I am not that beautiful. Hinata stuttered while blushing furiously. She heard that a lot of times in these past few months, but coming from Naruto's mother was something else. Nah, Hitomi was really gorgeous, and looking at you I can say you may become even more beautiful than her. Kushina giggled. My grandchildren are going to be adorable. Hinata knew any more and she might faint. So trying to save her from the embarrassment, she tried to change the topic. What does my mother has to do anything with Naruto's childhood? Hinata asked politely. You see, when I was pregnant with Naruto we chose his godparents and guardians if something were to happen to us. Minato chose Jiraiya, his mentor, as Naruto's godfather, and if he faced issues then Minato's student Kakashi would take care of Naruto. Mikoto and Hitomi were my best friends, but Hitomi suggested that I make Mikoto Naruto's godmother as Hyuga were strict, but she assured me if something would go wrong then she would take care of Naruto. Kushina explained with a smile. Hinata smiled, but it was full of sadness. She knew who Mikoto was. It would be really hard to tell Naruto's mother that her best friends were not amongst the living anymore. Kushina-san, you see. With Minato and Naruto, Minato took Naruto to the compound's private dojo. Before we begin, Naruto, can we talk? Minato asked. Naruto grumbled but didn't say anything. Do you know what happened 13 years ago? Hearing Minato's question, Naruto looked down. You mean how everything was going fine until that one guy came and destroyed everything? For a brief moment there was pure hatred flashed through Naruto's eyes, but it was gone as fast as it came. Also how you foolishly sacrificed yourself to seal Kyuubi inside me? Why didn't you went with Mom's idea? At least you could have lived, at least I would have a father. Naruto started to sob lightly. Minato crouched down and put his hand on Naruto's head. When I defeated that guy, he said that something world-changing was going to happen soon and I knew he would come for Kyuubi again. That moment I didn't think for the present or near future, I thought about the future further ahead. I guess that is the curse of being a prodigy. Naruto looked up when he heard that and saw pure sadness and regret lingered in the great fourth's face. Prodigy never thinks for the present, they always think about the future. What would happen if one small incident would go wrong? Would it cause war or peace or something far worse? Not looking at the near future, I unfairly put a great burden on your shoulder, Naruto. But despite all these, I want you to know that I didn't choose the village over you. I love the village as the Hokage, but I love you and my family more. Minato smiled. I choose you because if anyone would rise up to stop that unforeseen disaster, it would be my son. And I sealed Kyuubi inside you because I know that if anyone can fully control Kyuubi's power, it would be you. Also, who can I trust more to keep Kyuubi away from that man's hand than my son? Minato finished his explanation with a sad smile. Naruto started to cry openly. That's unfair, I can't be angry at you if you say something like this. Naruto said between his sobs. I am sorry, son. Minato wiped the tears away from Naruto. Naruto looked at Minato, then he reached out and wiped away his father's tears. Minato smiled as he ruffled Naruto's hair. He stood up and looked at Naruto. So are you still on about learning my jutsu? Minato said with a grin. Hell yes! Naruto shouted as his sadness was replaced by pure enthusiasm. But first, I heard that you awakened a bloodline. Which one is it? Minato asked. He was curious to see what his son had. You won't guess, Dad, I got the one and only Maelstrom release. Oh, it is an upgraded version of Storm release. Hearing the answer, Minato's eyebrows shot up. What do you mean by upgraded version? Well, normal Storm release uses combination of 2 elements, but mine can use combination of 3 elements. Although Reiju-san said I am not ready for that yet, as most of those Maelstrom jutsu are too high level for me. Naruto explained. Wow, you got a Kekki Toda. Things will be interesting it seems. Show me your jutsu later, as for now I will show you mine first. With the time limit we have, I will show you 2 of my strongest jutsu and will explain how they work. But from after that, it is up to you. Minato said. Naruto nodded back. Okay, first is this. With that, Minato held out his hand and then the spiraling orb appeared. This is Rasengan. It is a seal-less jutsu and quite versatile. It took me quite some time to create this, Minato said. Wow, that's so cool. I also have a seal-less jutsu. With that, Naruto started to ready his own one. Storm Release, Divine Fist. Minato just gaped at the jutsu. Naruto's arm from elbow down was covered with thick-tamed lightning, and it looked as if it was a chakra arm from Jinchuriki's chakra cloak mode but with thicker chakra. But Naruto let go of the jutsu quite quickly. Damn, it is still hard to maintain it, Naruto grumbled. I am impressed, Naruto. I can say it is one-of-a-kind jutsu. Not many people can make jutsu like that in your age. If you compare the two jutsu, power-wise I think yours may pack more punch than Rasengan, but flexibility-wise Rasengan wins, Minato said with a proud voice. Naruto beamed up when he heard that. Also, Rasengan isn't complete. I wanted to add element chakra to it but I failed. Maybe you can finish the jutsu for me. Minato grinned. Of course, you can count on me, Dad, Naruto replied with pure determination. Okay, now to find those training balloons. Minato went to check on nearby storage. Training balloons? With Kushina and Hinata. I am sorry, Kushina said as she gently stroked Hinata's hair. After hearing what had happened to her best friend, she was depressed, but she tried to soothe Hinata, who seemed more disheartened than her. You know, instead of past, let's talk about present and future. What is going on in the village right now? Kushina asked. Although she wanted to ask more about Hinata and Naruto, she refrained herself as she wanted to hear those kind of things in front of her son. We are having 1-month break for our Chunin finals, Hinata replied. Somehow she was enjoying this. Really? You and Naruto both are in Chunin finals? This is your first shinobi year, isn't it? Hinata nodded to Kushin's question. Amazing. Even for our generation, we took Chunin exams at our second year. So how is your progress? Kushina asked excitedly. Hinata then gave Kushina the summarized version of what she needed to do and who was against her. I never liked those Kumonin. Wait a minute, I think I can help your taijutsu. With that, Kushina suddenly released chakra chains from all her body. Hinata jumped a bit when she saw that. This is chakra chain, it is kind of a bloodline technique, but I think with my help you can make something similar, Kushina said giddily. How can I do something that belongs to another bloodline? Hinata asked. Now, don't fret on the small stuffs. Kushina waved Hinata's question off. Hinata then understood where Naruto got his do first think later attitude from. Now let's go to the dojo. I am sure we can find the boys there too. At the dojo, Minato just got the training balloons prepared when Kushina and Hinata came in. You are teaching him the Rasengan? Kushina said. She looked at Hinata then beamed up. Guess his girlfriend is allowed to learn it as well, don't you think? Hinata, was it? Minato asked. Hinata nodded shyly. She is Hitomi's daughter. Kushina giggled. Really? Minato was surprised, and then he looked at Naruto and gave him a thumbs up. Both Naruto and Hinata blushed fiercely. Would you cut it out? So what are these balloons for? Naruto tried to steer the conversation. Before that, Hinata, you will be learning a lot of things and I am okay with you coming here anytime with Naruto to learn more. You can use anything you want, but make sure Naruto is here with you. What I want you to do is to promise me that whatever you will learn here and through Naruto, you will not tell the process to anyone else. Not your family or your clan, can you do that? Minato said seriously. Yes, I promise on my Nindo that I will not divulge any training method or styles to anyone else, Hinata replied in a heartbeat. Minato smiled when he heard Hinata's quick answer. But be sure to teach these to my grandchildren, Kushina said in a serious voice. Hinata wished that she was wearing her bulky jacket, then she could hide herself there. Now on to the training. Outside of Konoha, Orochimaru was looking at a map when he heard the knock. What is it, Kabuto? Kabuto entered. Everything was moving according to the plan, but there was one setback that ticked Orochimaru off. Is there no other way to revive the fourth except that mask? Kabuto asked. Fourth soul belongs to the Shinigami. I wanted to use the mask of Shinigami to take his soul temporary. If only the team I sent to fetch it didn't mess things up, Orochimaru grumbled, not looking at Kabuto. Well, I think some severe problems arose. They were too well trained to fail something this simple. Kabuto gave his thought. It matters not at this point. The Uzumaki Temple is one of the most guarded places without anyone actually guarding it. Orochimaru finally looked at Kabuto. How are those two doing? They are going to be fine. But are you sure you want to use them? Kabuto asked. Kumo is plotting something. Unfortunately, I know it is going to crash with my plan. And without the fourth and Kazekage, I am not taking any risk. Orochimaru said. As you wish. Saying his part, Kabuto left. Chapter 27, Training with Family. So you are telling me, to learn one of the most awesome jutsu ever, I have to burst balls? Naruto raised his eyebrow. Language, Naruto. Kushina chided. Balloons. Now, when people think about high-level strong jutsu, they start to think complicated methods to learn them. In most cases it may be true, but there are exceptions. I am pretty sure your divine fist is one of them. Minato replied. Naruto nodded his head in understanding. Also, I usually don't tell the next steps of training till you finish the previous one, but because of the circumstances this time I will bend the rules. Minato added. Naruto and Hinata nodded together. First you have to burst a water balloon. Minato took a water balloon, it started to vibrate violently, and it popped within seconds. This is the first stage of Rasengan training, which emphasizes rotation. Minato took a rubber ball and he destroyed it similarly. The second stage is to burst a rubber ball. This step emphasizes power. Minato added. Third and final stage is to. Minato took a normal balloon, but after a while nothing happened. Well, what is the last step? Naruto asked. The Rasengan is inside the balloon, Hinata said as she had activated her eyes. Yup, Hinata is right. The third and final step is to combine both step 1 and 2 by spinning chakra inside a balloon without moving or harming the balloon itself. It emphasizes stability of the sphere's shape. Minato finished his explanation. I don't expect you to complete all these steps by today, but I want to see the progress of your first step. Me and Kushina will help you too. So let's get started. With that, Minato gave water balloons to Naruto and Hinata. Half an hour passed by, but there was no result. For Naruto, he started to use chakra to burst the balloon right from the start, but for Hinata, after trying few times, she stopped to observe and noticed that for them the balloon was going flat instead of vibrating. Hinata went to Minato. Minato-san, is it okay if you show the first step again? Hinata requested. Minato grinned when he saw Hinata activated her Byakugan. The moment he agreed. Minato did the first step again, but this time he slowly burst the balloon on purpose. Hinata's eyes widened as if she understood what they were doing wrong. Thanking Minato, Hinata went and took another balloon and started to spin her chakra inside. Being a Hyuga, she had a lot of knowledge and experience about chakra control and manipulation. After few tries, she was able to burst the water balloon. Wow, you did it, Hinata-chan. Naruto dropped his balloon and came to congratulate Hinata. Thanks, Naruto-kun. Let me help you with the training, you are doing it in the wrong way. Hinata said between her panting. How so? Naruto asked. First, we are supposed to rotate the chakra from various directions, but till now we only rotated it from one way. Also, it will be easy to pass this method if you know your natural chakra rotation path. Hinata explained, although Naruto didn't know what Hinata meant, but he went with the flow. Within 5 minutes, Naruto was able to burst his first water balloon. Bravo! I wish I had a Hyuga partner like you, Naruto. Minato laughed but quickly added. A guy partner. When he felt Kushina's raging glare. Also, we had a feeling that Hinata may be able to finish the first step faster than Naruto, and I think she may be able to finish the third step quickly as well, but the second step will be easier to Naruto. Kushina said. Yes, but Hinata, checking your chakra reserve, I can say that even if you learn Rasengan, you won't be able to use it more than 1 to 2 times in a day. Naruto, on the other hand, can throw Rasengan left and right, after he learns it. Minato added. Speaking of throwing Rasengan, Dad, why didn't you try to throw the Rasengan? Naruto questioned. Nice one there, son. I tried, but it doesn't work as well as close range. Rasengan is a self-sustaining jutsu, but you have to maintain its sustainability within your palm. If you try to throw it, the stability of the sphere gets disrupted, making the damage output decreasing by a lot. It was one of the things I was trying to fix, but hopefully you can do it my place. Minato replied. You can bet on it, Dad. Naruto gave a thumbs up. And for you, Hinata, take the trainings a bit slowly. It is rather taxing for people who have average level of chakra reserve. Although your chakra control can make up for it, don't push it too far if you are training alone. Kushina advised Hinata. So practice the first step some more, and after that you can proceed to the next step. Unfortunately, we have to move on our next training schedule, Minato said. Hinata-chan, come with me. I want to try what we discussed earlier. Kushina pulled Hinata away and went to a different place. Minato waited till Hinata and Kushina left. Naruto, I think it is time for the main dish. Minato chuckled lightly. You mean, you are going to teach me the Hiraishin now? Naruto shouted excitedly. I wish I could, buddy. But this is one jutsu that you have to learn by yourself. I can only give you pointers, but the rest is up to you. This is an S-class jutsu after all. Minato said softly, making sure not to crush Naruto's hope. Is it really that hard? Naruto asked. Yes, it is. Why not I break it down slowly? Hiraishin is a space-time ninjutsu. To activate this technique, you have to place a special seal or technique formula to mark an intended destination. After this is done, you need to enter a dimensional void that instantaneously transports you to the location of the seal. You still with me, Naruto? Minato said to Naruto, who was thinking deeply. Got a bit, Dad. But what is technique formula and dimensional void? Naruto asked. Well, for my case, technique formula is the pinnacle of Fuinjutsu and dimensional void is a very high-level elemental ninjutsu. By using technique formula I mark where I want to travel, be it a person, object or place. Even if I am far away, the mark not only gives me a three-dimensional image and coordination of my destination but also the vision of surrounding area if the marked object is moving. And for dimensional void I use the highest level of Shunshin no Jutsu and I call it Lightning Void Shunshin. By using it I warp myself to my marked place. Minato explained. So you use one jutsu to mark the target and one more to travel to the target. Naruto said back. Well put, son. Yes, one to mark and one to travel. When you combine these two you get the basic Hiraishin. Minato patted Naruto's head. Can I use other way to learn the mark and travel techniques? Naruto asked. I think you can. The Hiraishin was created by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, actually. He used Fuinjutsu to mark the target, and to travel he used combination of Fuinjutsu and ninjutsu. I don't know exactly how he achieved it, but it means that there are other ways you can complete Hiraishin. Minato replied. Glad to know that, Dad. Because I know nothing about Fuinjutsu. Naruto's shoulders slumped a bit. Like I said, there may be other ways to accomplish this feat, you just have to be creative. I will give you the research papers and also books about Fuinjutsu. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair. Thanks, Dad, can we see it now? Naruto said with sparkling eyes. Why not? And how could Minato refuse that? With Kushina and Hinata. Kushina-san, I don't think I can learn something like a passive bloodline, Hinata said meekly. Hinata-chan, do you know why Minato sealed mine and his chakra inside Naruto? Hinata shook her head, seeing that Kushina elaborated. Because in the near future, Naruto will be needing Kyuubi's power, and we wanted to help him any way we can. But then this happened, although this is something I really wish for to occur, but I am scared that Naruto may have trouble when confronting Kyuubi. So this is why, I want you to be there for him instead of us. Kushina gently held Hinata's small hands. And I know you will not be fully able to use chakra chains, but there is something I want to try out, if it is okay with you. Kushina added. Hinata nodded softly. I want to embed some Fuinjutsu marks inside your body, and by using those seals it might be possible for you to use something similar, theoretically speaking. Kushina said to Hinata. Will it have any side effect? Hinata asked. Of course not. I don't want my future daughter-in-law to have any problems regarding this, Kushina said with mock angry tone. Hinata blushed furiously. She knew that if she tried to argue, Kushina would just argue back strongly. But Hinata knew that a part of her mind was enjoying these teasing moments, and if she were to be honest, she did have fantasies regarding marriage. So want to try it out, Hinata-chan? Kushina asked. Yes, I want to be strong enough to protect Naruto-kun, Hinata replied back with determination. Kushina's smile grew by tenfold. With other Sasuke. So are you getting used to it? Kakashi asked. Don't have any other choice now, do I? But how did you get a hold of this kind of weapon? Sasuke asked back. You are forgetting that I was an Umbu captain and did a lot of high-level jobs. I found it in an abandoned place and a senior of mine tweaked it a bit, Kakashi explained. So why don't you use it? Sasuke pointed out. Not my type of weapon, and besides I think this suits you better, Kakashi said while scratching his head. You just wanted to pass down the weapon to someone cause you can't use it yourself, right? Sasuke narrowed his eyes. Kakashi just gave his signature eye smile. I really got a great sensei, lucky me. Sasuke thought sarcastically. With Haku. So are you getting used to it? Yamato asked. It's a bit hard fighting like this, but it will get easier soon. And also I think I can get used to this new style. It will come handy in the future battles. Haku replied. Glad you liked it. Although mastering this with your weapon and ninjutsu training will be really hard as we only have less than a month. But I am pretty sure you will do fine. Yamato said proudly. Thanks, sensei. Although I think the hardest part will be combining all these three. Let's hope for the best for now. Haku said back. I will talk to Guy. I know he is training Hinata, but maybe he can give you a few pointers. Fighting against him in mock battles will also boost your experience by a lot. Yamato told Haku. As long as it doesn't hinder Hinata-chan's training, I am fine with it. Haku told her thought. Yamato shook his head positively. Haku smiled back. I really got a great sensei, lucky me. Haku thought thankfully. With Ranmaru. What do you think, Ranmaru-kun? Kurenai asked. I think I am getting used to it, but it is harder than I thought. I may have to improve my concentration. Ranmaru replied. Yes, here concentration is the key. Using genjutsu like this is not an easy feat. Usually jonins do that, but because of your special condition I want you to try it out. Also, you need a backup plan cause for now genjutsu is the only weapon you got. Kurenai said. I know. Ranmaru said dejectedly. Kurenai went to Ranmaru and started to rub his head. Ranmaru, the Chunin exam is not about winning or losing. It's about showing everyone what you are capable of. Not every mission goes the way you want in real world. Sometimes you have to fight against large odds with what you have. Through this exam the Hokage will be able to see if you have the capability of doing that or no, Kurenai said gently. Ranmaru looked at Kurenai and smiled. Why not we take a break for today and go somewhere? Kurenai suggested. Where? To meet someone. I think you and that girl will become good friend. With the third. So, Orochimaru is going to make a move in the Chunin exam? Jiraiya said. Yes, but the worst part is that he has the backup of Sound and maybe Suna village as well. Hiruzen sighed. I told you long time ago to fix the problem with the Wind Daimyo. So what are you going to do now? What would you do if it is an all-out invasion? Jiraiya asked. It would be risky to spread this information around and riskier if I tried to go talk to the Kazekage now. But don't forget Jiraiya, I was Orochimaru's sensei. I know how he thinks. There are few things that I would like for you to look into. Hiruzen said. Fine by me. But how is Naruto doing? Jiraiya finally said what he wanted to know the most. About Naruto. Back with the family. How does this seal works, Kushina-san? Hinata asked. Kushina took some time to put one seal on Hinata's right arm. It's simple. The seal is known as 8 trigram sealing style. I put my own chakra and a part of my chakra chains in the seal. In time this seal will let my power merge with your own. Kind of like how Naruto's seal is, but because my chakra doesn't have a consciousness there will be no problem in the merging. Also I tweaked it a bit so you can use my chakra chains now, I hope. But when the chakra will merge, your power may differ from mine. Why not give it a try now? Focus your chakra on your arm, especially on the seal. Kushina asked. Hinata nodded. She moved away from Kushina and pointed her fist toward a wooden doll. She focused her chakra on her arm, and while doing so, she could feel that something was absorbing her chakra. She concentrated more on her arm and she could feel her chakra was trying to materialize, but it wasn't able to fully take a form as if she didn't have enough chakra. She thought for a few seconds and then, she made a swipe motion with her hands and solid chakra needles came out of her hand. When the chakra needles hit the wooden doll, it went right through the doll. Wow! That was surprising. Kushina was stunned. Sorry, Kushina-san, but I don't think I have enough chakra yet to form a chain. So I thought why not go for something smaller? Hinata said bashfully. That's ingenious! Kushina shouted as she engulfed Hinata with a bear hug. Guess Naruto got that part from his mother. With Minato and Naruto. Wow, that's a lot of research paper. Naruto said with a sweat drop. You don't learn one of the strongest S-rank jutsu by popping balloons. Minato laughed. I will evolve Rasengan into an S-rank jutsu and then we'll throw it into your face. Naruto smirked. You're welcome to try. Minato grinned back. Also Naruto, I raised the security seals around the house and the special rooms higher, and they can only be opened if you put your signature key mark into them. Minato added. What's signature key mark? Naruto asked. Simply put, some seal needs specific people's chakra to open, some seals need the DNA, and some requires another seal. This special seal needs all of them. When you come and touch it physically, it will scan your chakra, DNA, and the seal inside you. Only then it will open. Minato explained, and when he saw Naruto wanted to say something, he added, For your girlfriend, just bring her along with you. Let's go, it's lunchtime. I am pretty sure your mother wants all of us to eat together. In the dining room, Kushina was preparing the meal with Hinata, who insisted to help. Is there anything more you like to learn, Naruto? Minato asked. Naruto's heart fell as he remembered that all this happiness and joy was just for one day. It's okay, Dad. I think knowing about those two jutsu is more than enough. I just want to spend some time with both of you. Naruto's voice became lower at the end. Minato looked at Naruto sadly as he could also feel the time slipping by. Naruto, why didn't you tell me that Hinata was a great cook? Kushina asked as she came into the table and sat down with Hinata. Her clones came and served the food. See, Hinata-chan, even Mom thinks you are the best. Naruto smirked at Hinata, who looked away with a red face. Kushina raised an eyebrow at this and Minato smiled. So tell me, who confessed first? Kushina asked gleefully. Then the teasing and laughter began. Naruto told that with the help of a friend he came up with a genius master plan for his date, and confessed to Hinata at the end. He couldn't possibly tell his parents that his friend was some adult books. Hinata would laugh and try to fix some exaggerated parts, but Naruto would make some cheeky comments to Hinata, who in return would blush. Minato and Kushina was enjoying this a lot. For them, it was more than they had ever hoped to see. By the way, Hinata-chan, I think I should warn you one thing about Uzumaki. Kushina suddenly cut in. Uzumaki are passionate people, whether it be fighting, hobby, learning, or loving their cherished person. Hinata chalked on her food as she got the hidden meaning behind Kushina's words, and Minato just blushed and looked away. Naruto just smiled as he was unable to look underneath his mom's words. Of course I love Hinata, and Naruto wanted to make a sassy comment, and his mind showed him some particular words from a particular book. And even if she gets tired of it, I will keep making love to her passionately. Now Kushina choked on her food and Minato gawked at his son. Hinata was on the verge of fainting, and for Naruto, he was having a bigger smile. Naruto looked at his mom. Although I appreciate that you love your girlfriend that much, but I would suggest you to wait a few more years at least. Kushina added immediately. But don't wait too long. Hinata fainted. After the lunch, Naruto went with his mother while Minato wanted to talk with Hinata. Naruto and Kushina. Unlike Minato, when Kushina was alone with Naruto, instead of talking about jutsu, Kushina wanted to know about Naruto's life. Naruto started to tell after he was released from a huge bone-crushing hug. So after that, Ranmaru-kun started to live with you? Along with Haku? Kushina said. Yes, I wish you could meet them, they are both really, really nice. Hakune is kind, confident, and clever, too clever, while Ranmaru-kun is like how Hinata is. Shy, kind, and easy to tease. Naruto laughed, and Kushina joined him as well. I do wish I could meet them. I always wanted to see Ice Release up close. Kushina added. Ice Release is pretty cool, and I didn't even tell you the best part. I think Sasuke is totally into Hakune. Naruto snickered. He had seen few interactions between Haku and Sasuke. Hearing that, Kushina went silent for a while. Naruto, you have a great friend circle. You, Hinata, Haku, and Ranmaru. All of you have lost your family. Hinata's dad is alive though. Naruto cut in. That stuck-up asshole doesn't count. Now where was I? Yes, so you see, could you accept Sasuke into your group as well? He is like all of you but much worse. He needs friends, good and trusting friends. Her mother promised to look after you if something were to happen to me, and I did the same promise. But as we both couldn't keep our promises, could you do it instead of us? Kushina said. Okay, I will try. Naruto replied. Thanks, son. Now Hinata told me that you are good with Kenjutsu, and on top of that you got Kiba, one of the missed swords. So, where is the sword? Kushina asked. About that, flashback. Raiju-san, where the hell are my swords? Naruto yelled. Don't worry about them, they were damaged. What? They are broken? Naruto almost fainted. Calm down, They were damaged a bit, and because of that I will reforge those swords back using my powers. The downside is, it will take some time, but you will get them back before the exam. Reiju replied. Will it get any power up now that you are fixing them? Can you make them look cooler? Naruto said with expectation. I will see what I can do. Reiju laughed. Flashback ends. They are under maintenance, Naruto said dryly. You have to learn how to take care of your stuffs, Naruto. Kushina chided. Well, at least show me what skills you got. Naruto smirked hearing that. Minato and Hinata. Minato took Hinata to one of his study rooms. Hinata-chan, I know that you already promised me, but I am asking you again, can you keep the events that happened today a secret? Minato asked sincerely. Of course, Minato-san. Hinata replied in a heartbeat. Thank you. The jutsu that resides in this house are much more dangerous than ones in the Forbidden Scrolls. And there is a reason for it. I will tell both of you later. Now the reason why I brought you here was this. Minato handed Hinata a giant scroll. Is it a jutsu? Hinata asked, but Minato shook his head negatively. He had a smirk in his face. Hinata said nothing more as she opened the scroll. She saw and read about them, so she instantly knew what this scroll about. It's a summoning scroll, but which animal race does it belong to? Hinata inquired, but the curious part was there was only one name was written there. Honestly, I don't know. I got it in a mission but was unable to summon any of them. Why not you try it out? I think Naruto already have enough on his hand right now. Minato confessed. Really? But… Hinata couldn't finish. Just give it a try. Minato smiled. Feeling confident, Hinata wrote her name beside the first name, with her blood. Then Minato showed her the hand seals. Hinata made the hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Hinata slammed her palm in the ground, causing smokes erupting from there. But to her surprise there weren't any beasts or anything, but rather there was a small floating chakra orb which gently went inside Hinata's left arm, making unique markings coming out from there. Same thing happened to me and Kushina. When we summoned, this chakra orb came out, marked us and stayed with us for some time. It is as if this is to see if we are worthy as a summoner or no. If they think you are not, then the mark will fully disappear and your name will be erased from the scroll. Minato explained. Not that I mind, Minato-san, but why do you think I can do it? Hinata asked. I have a vague idea of what kind of summoner they want, and I think you fit into the category. Minato replied. Now don't think too much about it, and just be yourself. And also the mark will become transparent after a while, so don't worry about it. Minato added. Let's go see what are those two doing, shall we? Minato suggested. Hinata nodded back. With Kushina and Naruto. Minato and Hinata came right when Kushina and Naruto started to spar. Both Minato and Kushina was impressed by Naruto's swordsmanship. You are quite good at it, Naruto. But Twin Moon style, you sure know what to pick. Kushina commented after their light spar. Why is that, Mom? Naruto asked. Twin Moon style is one of oldest Uzumaki Kenjutsu style. There are 5 strongest Bukijutsu styles and 3 of them are from Uzumaki clan. I think I have some advanced scrolls regarding the Twin Moon one. I will give them to you later. Kushina added. Kushina, is it okay if I tell them about that? Minato suddenly spoke seriously, and somehow Kushina knew what he meant. She nodded. Let's go to my main study room. Everyone went to one of the furthest rooms in the house. Minato unsealed the door and took everyone inside. Naruto, how much do you know about the Senju clan? Minato asked as he started to look for something in his main desk. Naruto looked at Hinata, who smiled softly. Senju clan was one of the founder clans in Konoha. The first and the second Hokage of Konoha were from the Senju clan as well. Also, there are quite some mysteries regarding the Senju clan. The only other notable thing that we know is that the last of the remaining Senju alive is the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade Senju. Hinata covered Naruto. Yeah, whatever Hinata-chan said. Naruto said boastfully as he gave Hinata a one-arm hug. Minato and Kushina laughed at them. Yes, but Tsunade isn't the only Senju alive. You see, Naruto, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, had a wife, but unlike his brother, Tobirama didn't make his marriage public and even hid the birth of his only child a secret. Later that child grew up, married and lived as a normal Senju in the clan, as no one knew about his parenthood. He later lost his life in the war, lots of Senju did. His wife, who was on the deathbed because of a rare disease, fearing for their child's future, put the child under orphanage's care. Minato stopped to see if Naruto could connect the dots. Minato laughed out loud when Naruto tilted his head in confusion. You made the exact same face of what Kushina did when I told her about this, Minato said between his laughs. Kushina blushed slightly at this. Naruto, I am that child. My grandfather is Tobarama Senju, meaning he is your great-grandfather. You are a Senju from my side, Minato explained. Senju? Senju! Naruto started to dance around while Hinata was stunned. Wait. Naruto suddenly stopped. If I want to start my clan, can I start both Uzumaki and Senju clan? Naruto asked, remembering certain events. Yes, it is possible, Naruto, Minato replied. But that would mean I would get lots of grandchildren. Kushina smirked as she looked at Hinata, who fainted immediately. Come on, Mom, stop teasing her. Naruto pouted. Why? Don't hog her all to yourself. Kushina pouted back. She is my girl, I can hog her all I want. Naruto grumbled back. Leave the poor girl alone for now, please. Naruto, here are the documents that prove of our lineage. I wanted to hand it to the council after you were born, but guess we have to improvise now. So, when you think the time is right, give these to the Hokage. There are some other documents here, you may find some of them useful. Minato clarified. Why not we head back to the living room? Kushina suggested as she took Hinata from Naruto, who grumbled but backed off when Kushina gave him a stern glare. After Hinata woke up, Minato and Kushina wanted to teach them more about jutsu and other techniques, but both Naruto and Hinata insisted that they instead spend the time together differently. They shared their stories and missions, mostly the adults shared theirs. Kushina shared her ninja life as well as the time she spent with Minato. She boasted about how she used to pummel the kids who teased her back in the academy, earning her the nickname of Red Hot-Blooded Habanero. She also told the kids how she fell in love with Minato, who rescued her from the Kumo ninjas. She also mentioned few events when she was older, some of which were quite interesting. Minato told how he aspired to become Hokage, same like how Kushina wanted, when he was in the academy. He admitted that he was drawn to Kushina's bright red hair, finding it beautiful and dazzling, because of which he was able to rescue her later. He also shared some of his actions during war and also the times of him being the Hokage. After that, everyone played games and studied about ninja histories together. Even though the activities were simple, for some reason, Naruto and Hinata enjoyed them greatly. They didn't even sense how time flew by, and thus the dinner hour came, but unlike the lunchtime, this time the table was silent as all were aware of the approaching time. They finished their meal and gathered around the living room once again. Naruto. Minato was the first to break the ice. I know how you are feeling, but it is almost time for us to go. Honesty, when I sealed the chakra, I never thought I could enjoy moments like these, having family dinner, teaching my son jutsu, seeing my son all grow up and meeting someone who cares for him. Remember, there will dark hours in the near future, but I know you can surpass them with your friends. Minato ruffled Naruto's hair. Suddenly Minato and Kushina started to glow, and slowly they were becoming transparent. Guess it's time, Minato said softly. Kushina went and hugged Naruto and Hinata both. Take care of each other. No matter what happens, don't let each other go, promise me. Naruto and Hinata nodded softly with teary eyes. Naruto, make sure you hold on to Hinata, because love is the only way to tame the Nine Tails and overcome its hate. Hinata, please look after my boy and make sure he makes more good friends and doesn't get any bad habits. Also see if he eats healthy food as well. And Kushina couldn't say anything anymore as Naruto and Hinata hugged her back tightly. Minato went over and gently joined the family hug. Take care and remember, we will be watching you, Minato and Kushina both said as they slowly disappeared. After they completely disappeared, Naruto hugged Hinata and buried his face at her neck. His loud sobbing was the only thing that could be heard inside the living room. Chapter 28. Mending a Broken Bond. You okay, Naruto? Reiju inquired softly. It was just yesterday that Naruto was able to meet his parents alongside Hinata, while Naruto was able to experience what it felt like to have parents, but it was merely for one day. Some might say that it was much more cruel and painful. Reiji came back inside Naruto's mindscape in the morning and saw Hinata soothing Naruto for some time before she was forced, by Naruto, to go for her training. Before leaving, Hinata promised that she would come back and spend the night at the fourth's place. Honestly, Reiju-san, I am not fine, but I cannot sit here and mop around the floor. I have my parents' pride and legacy to uphold. Although Naruto's voice was low but his eyes had a determined look. So, what are you checking now? Reiju was glad that Naruto didn't lose his spark. Fuinjutsu, I don't know a damn thing about it. But if I want to learn Hiraishin, I have to be a master at this. Naruto sighed. How so? Reiju asked curiously. Naruto told Reiju about the basic concept of Hiraishin and how it could be achieved. I see. Naruto, is it okay if I take some time of yours? Reiju asked. Naruto shrugged and put the Fuinjutsu scroll down as he relaxed and went inside his mindscape. So, what's up, Reiju-san? Naruto asked the legendary beast when he was inside his mind. I heard that you are a Senju from your father's side. Reiju said as he overheard it when Naruto and Hinata was talking in the morning. Naruto nodded back. That clears few things. Now, Naruto, what do you know about Senjutsu? Reiju asked. Naruto thought for some time and then, I got nothing, was his reply. Let's see. Senjutsu is an ancient art that allows the user to sense and gather natural energy. One who learns Senjutsu can draw the energy of nature inside of them, blending it with their own chakra. This adds a new dimension of power to the user's chakra, resulting in the creation of Senjutsu chakra. Well, that's the basic of what Senjutsu is, Reiju explained. Wow, sweet. Wait a minute. Are you going to teach me Senjutsu? Naruto almost screamed. I did say I will train you this month, but before we begin training you have to know what you are going to learn. Reiju chuckled. Understandable. Naruto nodded as he calmed down, albeit with difficulty. Now, like I said, to learn Senjutsu you have to gather natural energy. But can you guess what natural energy is? Reiju asked. If I were to guess, it is like the chakra of the nature? Naruto replied doubtfully. In a way you are correct. Let's go a bit deeper, shall we? What is nature? Nature is the representative of the world, so in a way you are taking energy from the world and this energy is one of the purest kind. Now what most people doesn't know that the nature or the world is divided into 3 territories. Sky, land and ocean. So, first you have to choose from which part of the nature you want to gather the energy from. Reiju explained to Naruto. Wait, why can't I gather energy from all of them? Naruto was puzzled. Gathering chakra from all of these 3 territories means you can gather chakra from the whole world with ease. Honestly speaking, it is an impossible feat as far as I know. Only 4 people knew how to gather energy like that, and frankly I wouldn't call them human. But if you can fully master gathering energy from one territory, you will be as strong as a Kage. So for now, concentrate on what you can do. Reiju cleared up the details. I got it, but can you elaborate a bit about how the energy differs from territory to territory? Naruto asked. Good question. Well, simply put, when you collect natural energy, be it from sky, land or ocean, you get the blessing from the respective territory. And each blessing gives you different powers. For example, blessing of the land gives you enhanced strength, tough skin and resonance of the land. I can guess what enhanced strength and tough skin may be, but what's resonance of the land? Naruto interrupted. How should I put this? Suppose you are fighting inside a forest or a mountain. While using land's energy, your senses and power will increase. Also, it will be easier for you to access the natural energy. But it has to be natural forest or mountain, not man-made. Reiju cleared up. Wow, that's so cool. Naruto's eyes sparkled. Yes, and blessings of the ocean gives you aqua protection and enhanced rejuvenation. I am not fully sure about the first ability, but I heard that you can liquefy your body, and about the second one gives you a huge boost in healing. Just by drinking pure water, your body and power will refresh. Reiju paused to see if Naruto had any question or not. Seeing that he didn't, he continued. And lastly, blessing of the sky. If I am to be honest, it suits you more than the other 2. By gathering the natural chakra of the sky, you will gain levitation and resilient body. Levitation is as it defines, you will be able to float, and with time and experience you may be able to levitate other objects or people. Resilient body is similar to tough skin, but whereas tough skin increases your physical defense, resilient body increases your chakra's resistance. Reiju finished. Naruto's jaw hit the floor. Each one had its unique abilities and advantages, but he had to agree with Reiju. Natural sky chakra sounded more to be his type. I will go with the sky energy. So when are we starting the training? Naruto was up and he had a determined and excited look on his face. How about we start right away, seeing that you are ready? Reiju suggested. Also Reiju-san. Can you change the form of Kiba to something like this? Naruto showed an image from his mind. I can, but why do you want your swords to be like this? Reiju asked. I read the scrolls Mom gave me and I learned about the parent's style of twin moon style, but it is so complicated and even the swords have to particularly designed. Naruto whined. I will do what I can. For now let's concentrate on the matter in our hand, shall we? Reiju smirked. Naruto was out of his mindscape. Reiju told him to go to an open and high ground. He knew where to go, but before leaving the mansion, he made few clones and ordered them to read the few Injutsu scrolls. Watch me, Mom, Dad. I will surpass both of you and make you proud. 2 weeks later, only 10 days left till the exam. For the past 2 weeks, Naruto had been training vigorously in sage arts from morning till evening. At night he would either go to the mansion or back to his house. If he went to the mansion, Hinata would tag along and both would go through Rasengan training. They both successfully completed the first stage, but during the second stage, Hinata quitted and started to learn something new. She explained to Naruto that her chakra was not strong enough yet to go through the second stage. She could make the rubber ball tear up badly but could not burst it. And only after trying 2 to 3 times her hand would go numb for a few hours or more. But Hinata started to help Naruto in the third stage of Rasengan training after he finished the second stage. Naruto wasn't sure if he could complete the Rasengan before the final, but he was determined to do so. And if Naruto went back to his house, he would practice Shunshin. He had the basics down, but it was still not perfect. Naruto also gave the Shunshin scroll to Hinata, who was still in midway of learning it. Also he learned the basics of Fuinjutsu, but he halted his training for the exam. He knew that he couldn't cover everything in only few weeks. For Hinata, Rasengan training and Shunshin training came second, as her first priority was improving her taijutsu and controlling the chakra needles. Also she came up with 3 new moves and she was training hard to master them. In her heart, she knew that if she could perfect those 3 techniques, she could defeat the Kumonin. Now here she was, waiting for Guy, which was weird as he was never late. The reason was cleared when she saw Guy coming with one more person. Niji and I-san. Hinata gasped. When Niji and Guy came in front of her, Niji stepped forward. How are you doing, Hinata-sama? Niji said, but unlike before there were no venom in his words. I am fine, but how about you? I didn't know you were going to be released today. Hinata asked. I was released few days ago, but you were busy training, so I told Hayashi-sama not to inform you. Niji replied. It was easy to notice the sadness in Hinata's voice, but Niji immediately followed up. Because I needed some time alone to sort out few things. And after talking to few person I came to a conclusion. Niji took a deep breath. Hinata-sama, all this time you were right, about me, about our clan and about fate. But this world is cruel and you can't deny that. Lip service means nothing if you don't have the power and strength to back you up. Your words are honest and they come from your pure heart, I will admit that. Niji looked at Guy, who nodded. Hinata-sama, I challenge you to a duel. Niji calmly declared. Hinata was stunned as she involuntarily took some steps back. Please, don't mistake my intentions, it is not for grudge or to belittle you. I want you to show me that you have the strength and courage to back your words up. I know, everyone knows that you are kind and many people will take advantage of it, just like how I used to do. So I want you to show me that you have the determination and power to achieve what you believe. Niji slowly took a loose battle stance. Accept it, Hinata-chan. Hinata was surprised hearing that voice, and she looked around to see Naruto running toward them. You can do it, I believe in you. Just those few words were what Hinata needed to hear from her precious person. Hinata-san, you are not fighting as a Hyuga main branch here, you are fighting as a warrior. Give it your all and show us your flames of youth. Guy softly encouraged Hinata. Hinata took a deep breath and calmed herself. She wasn't scared like how she used to be, but she did get a shock as all these happened so suddenly. Niji and I-san, I won't fight as a spar. Hinata took her fighting stance. I will fight to win. If I can't beat you, then how I can beat that Kumonin? There is too much at stake for me to lose here and in the final. Niji smiled ever so slightly hearing Hinata's determined words. He also strengthened his stance. Guy and Naruto leaped back. Guy looked at both of them. Begin! Be a Kugan! Both Hinata and Niji shouted in unison, but instead of charging in they started to carefully analyze their opponent. Niji saw that Hinata's stance was different but yet somehow similar to normal gentle fist style. He didn't wait long as he charged toward Hinata. Hinata dodged Niji's outstretched palm, and she also managed to dodge the follow-up attacks on her chakra points. She was agile and fast for a Hyuga, but still Niji scowled. It was not because he couldn't hit, but because Hinata was not hitting back. Niji moved back a bit and returned back with a fast palm strike. But it was countered by Hinata's knee, which hit his wrist. Niji winced but proceeded to block the oncoming strike to his chakra points at his shoulder, but to his surprise, Hinata at the last moment closed her fingers and made a fist. She crouched down a bit, retreated her fist by a small margin, and hit Niji's armpit. Niji tried to jump back but was faced with a kick to his thigh. He managed to get away but staggered when he landed. He checked his wounds with his Byakugan, and what he discovered shocked him. "Amazing, Hinata-sama! You were able to shut down chakra point using your feet," Niji said as he rubbed his sore wrist and leg. "It is still far from perfection. I wasn't able to fully close the chakra points." Hinata answered, and Niji understood. She couldn't shut down the chakra points, more like she struck the chakra points. But nevertheless, it was painful. Feeling slightly recovered from the previous strikes, Niji charged again, but this time he met with Hinata in the midway. While Hinata dodged Niji's outstretched palm, but Niji countered Hinata's. Hinata winced and fell back, but Niji continued his onslaught. Niji struck a few more times before Hinata closed in and kneed the side of his thigh. To his shock, his stance faltered. Hinata was too close for Niji to hit her with gentle fist strikes. Niji tried to back away, but Hinata stepped on his foot, and the result was Niji's stance falling. Hinata immediately went to strike Niji's chakra point, but to her surprise, Niji started to rotate and a chakra shield was formed that pushed Hinata away. Niji and Iasen, that was 8 trigrams, palm rotation. Hinata was stunned. "It is still not perfect, Hinata-sama. I wish to complete it during this month, but guess I will have to postpone it," Niji replied between his breaths. "But I never thought that you would aim for pressure points, joints and muscles besides chakra points. That's ingenious." For the first time Niji smiled. "Our eyes can see more than just chakra points, Niji and Iasen. And I tend to fully utilize it." Hinata smiled back. "Unfortunately, the battle is coming to an end. You are within my field of division." Niji retook his stance and his eyes were sharp. Hinata gasped, but immediately she took a stance of her own. "Please let it be strong enough. 8 trigrams 64 palms. Protecting 8 trigrams 64 palms." The vicious attack and the tenacious defense met head-on. Niji's palm strikes, laced with his chakra, made direct contact with the steam of chakra released from Hinata's palm. The collision was so strong that it was as if the whole place was shaking. Niji's arm was getting more injuries and cuts as more strikes he was making, but he was called prodigy for nothing. He saw that as the time was passing by, Hinata's defense was faltering. It was not as if she couldn't keep up with him. It was her jutsu that wasn't able to match the speed of his jutsu. Out of 64 strikes, Hinata was able to block around 50 strikes. Hinata and Niji jumped back the moment their jutsu ended. "I never knew Hinata-sama would come up with something as fearsome as this." Niji looked at his injured arms. "And I just had gotten my arms healed. Niji and Iasen's jutsu is faster. I took too many strikes, my body is going numb. I can't prolong this fight any longer," Hinata thought as she stood up with difficulty. Niji saw that Hinata wasn't ready and he took the chance. He dashed toward Hinata. The moment Hinata saw Niji charging at her, she took some shuriken and threw at him. Niji grabbed them and taking out his own shuriken he threw them back. But Hinata wasn't sitting idly, she went through hand seals right after throwing her shuriken. Water release, Gatling gun. Lots of water shots came out from Hinata's mouth, and with deadly accuracy they hit all the shuriken, but the scarier part was that the water shots didn't stop there. Merging with the shuriken, and without losing speed, the water shots headed toward Niji. "She is buying time." Niji smirked. He jumped toward the deadly jutsu, and without missing a bit he performed his incomplete palm rotation to change the trajectory of the water bullets. The moment his feet landed on the ground, he rushed to Hinata. Hinata saw Niji coming and she knew she didn't have the speed to dodge his attacks anymore. She gathered her remaining chakra. 8 trigrams heavenly vacuum palm, Hinata shouted. Niji was hit with what seemed to be a compressed spiral vacuum shell right at his chest, but he could feel the attack was not complete, but it still hurt a lot. Niji fell back and he could feel his whole body shaking. Hinata also fell down as she tried to steady her breathing. "Match is over," Guy shouted. Both Hinata and Niji looked surprised, but Guy raised his hand. As much as I wish to see a fitting end to the duel, it will be unfair for both of you. Niji, you just got out of hospital, you are not 100% ready for a match of this caliber, and Hinata, you have an exam just after a week. It would be unwise if you would get some serious injuries. Guy patiently elaborated his reasoning. Hinata and Niji nodded in understanding. Guess we have to postpone our duel for later. Hinata smiled, but Niji shook his head in denial. Hinata-sama, I got my answer. Niji came forward and bowed. In the past, you used to look up to me as your big brother, and after that incident, you tried to comfort me even though you were hurt yourself, maybe more than me. But I took advantage of your kindness, and no matter how many times I apologize, my past shame will still remain. But I am still asking, no begging, if you would give me one more chance to correct my mistake and let me help you. Not as a branch member but as a family. Niji's voice was sincere and full of regret. Hinata slowly came up to Niji and gently lifted his head. I forgive you because you are my family. You know that I never once treated you as a branch member. No matter what kind of mistakes you make in life, I will be there to help you, and I know that you would do the same. Because that is what family does. Hinata smiled with teary eyes. Niji gave a sincere smile and hugged Hinata. But I still want a rematch to see who is stronger amongst us. Hinata giggled as she looked at Niji. If that's what you wish, but I will not hold back. Niji answered back with a smirk. Niji went to talk with Guy while Naruto came and bear-hugged Hinata. You almost beat his ass, Hinata-chan, Naruto said gleefully. He wasn't fully recovered, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied back. That is beside the point, and also your jutsu were not complete. Those were some super amazing techniques. But the heavenly vacuum palm, is that what I think it is? Naruto asked teasingly. Yes, I tried to recreate one of our clan jutsu by using the basic Rasengan theory. The original jutsu is vacuum palm. I am trying to add simple rotation to it. Hinata replied happily. That would be one hell of a jutsu if you can master it. Naruto admitted. They stopped talking when they saw Guy and Niji approaching. Hinata-sama, may I make a request? Would you let me help with your training for the final? Niji bowed his head slightly. I won't. Everyone was taken aback. If you keep bowing at me. Hinata laughed. I will work on it. Niji smiled. Fine then, after a break, we should start on the training. Guy announced. Guess I will be on my way. Naruto said. Hinata came and kissed him in the cheeks. Naruto smiled back, but before leaving he and Niji made an eye contact. Flashback the day before, Naruto was heading toward his usual place for sage training but stopped when he felt a familiar but unwelcome person approaching him. Is there anything you need? Naruto narrowed his eyes at Niji. Nice to meet you too. Can I take some of your time? Niji asked politely. He quickly added. It's regarding Hinata-sama. Niji was surprised when Naruto immediately closed their gap and was battle ready. I meant no harm. No, actually it is the opposite. I want to mend our broken bond. Niji took a deep breath. Naruto moved back a bit but didn't loosen his stance. I know you don't like me, but... Niji was interrupted by... No, Niji, I despise you. Naruto growled. Niji was taken aback. I know you lost your father in a shitty way. Your pain is understandable. Blaming fate, I can get it. But why did you belittle and hurt the person who wanted to help you? You lost your father, but you had your mom. Part of your clan was there beside you, sharing the same fucking burden. But what did Hinata have? Naruto looked at Niji, who couldn't answer him back. Hinata's kind mind made her believe that she was the reason her uncle died, and after a few years later her mother passed away. Her oh-so-great father basically casted her aside, and her whole noble clan ignored her existence. She had no one, and yet... This time Naruto was interrupted by Niji, who bowed his head. I know how much she suffered because of me and of her clan. And yet her kindness never wavered and she never blamed anyone. I don't know how she could withstand so much pain and yet smile from her heart. I want to fix that, and I know no matter how much I apologize now, it is not going to be enough. And that is why I want to ask something of you. Niji's voice was strained. And what would that be? Naruto calmed down. I want to be by her side for as long as I can and be the big brother that she always wished me to be. I know you will protect her from the cruelty of this world, but let me protect where it will be hard for you. Niji raised his head and Naruto could see the honesty and determination in his eyes. But why ask me first? Naruto questioned. Well, I intend to help Hinata in her training, and if you would see us in that state, I am pretty sure you would tear my head off first without listening. Niji chuckled. I wouldn't do that in broad daylight. Niji's sweat dropped when Naruto said it as a matter of fact. But I plan to challenge her into a duel, an honest duel, to see how far she has come. Naruto checked Niji's eyes to see if he had ulterior motives. He found none. Fine by me. Naruto resumed his walking but stopped just after a few steps. A simple warning: you break her heart, I make you disappear. Flashback ends. If it wasn't for his Hyuga training, Niji would have gulped when he saw the look on Naruto's face. Niji and I-san, are you alright? Hinata asked. I am fine, I was just thinking, you have a really caring boyfriend. Niji replied with a dry tone. Hinata giggled softly with a small blush. After the break. So, right now you have around 10 days before the final. I would suggest to master the jutsu and techniques that you know instead of trying to learn new ones. Guy suggested. I would say the same. Your new 2 gentle fist techniques need some work, Hinata-sama. Maybe I can help you to master them. Niji gave his thought. Hinata nodded positively. I guess so. But before that, can you tell me about Kumo Guy? Hinata asked. Niji's face darkened a bit, but he took a deep breath to calm himself down. He is strong. His strikes are destructive, and against Gentle Fist strike, they are quite effective. While Gentle Fist targets chakra points, his style targets bones and muscles. And the problem is his lightning armor. While it is not overly strong, it gives him enough defense to protect his chakra point from Gentle Fist strikes. And if you hit his armor too much, your arm will get numb. I am guessing it is the lightning element's side effect. Niji explained. In a simpler way, it is like a clash between hammer and a needle. A hammer can easily break the needle whether the hammer takes an offensive stance or defensive stance. Guy simplified Niji's theory. But you have a plan to top that, right, my youthful student? Guy gave his signature smile. Niji was surprised to hear that Hinata already had an idea against him. I have more than one plan against him. But those plans are still perfect yet. Hinata smiled shyly. That's what we are here for. Guy laughed. Niji smirked as well. Thank you? With Naruto. Naruto was at his favorite place. On top of the Hokage monument. He had been practicing the senjutsu style there. Reiju put up a barrier so no other shinobi could sense his presence while he was there. Of course, he would leave a dense shadow clone outside, so people didn't think he was missing. Naruto laid down. Man, I just can't hold on to the natural energy no matter what I do. Naruto sighed tiredly. It's because you are too young, and that is why your body will need some time to get adapt to the senjutsu chakra. But honestly, you are faring a lot better than I thought. Reiju voiced his opinion. Honestly, I already got an idea about how to use senjutsu chakra like this. Naruto smirked. Really, and how is that? Reiju raised his eyebrow as Naruto's idea was anything but simple and mainstream. After Naruto explained his great plan, Reiju didn't know what to do. Would he laugh or scold Naruto for such a reckless idea? He just went with the neutral path. Do you think you can honestly pull this off? Reiju asked for confirmation. I won't know unless I try. Naruto got up. Fair enough. Reiju paused. You want to ask me something, don't you? You caught me. Naruto smiled softly. Reiju-san, is it possible for me to gain another audience to meet Lord Raijin? Naruto asked sincerely. Why do you want to meet him? Reiju inquired carefully. Only a god should know how to bargain with other god, right? Naruto said with a resolute voice. And your point is? Reiju still couldn't see where Naruto was going. I want to free my father's soul from the Shinigami. Chapter 29, Fire vs. Ice. The day had finally come. Konoha was booming with activities as people from different countries and villages had gathered. It was the Chunin final after all, and it could be considered as a festival for Shinobi Village. The arena was filling up with people. Civilians, young and retired shinobi took the most places in arena. Konoha clans had their own personal space while noble clans and families sat together. And for the Kage, they had their own place to sit. Hokage and Kazekage met there and exchanged small pleasantries. For the participants, they had their personal area which was closest to the arena. So they could observe the battles, but their Jonin sensei was at different place. All the contestants were there already. Yes, even Sasuke was there considering who was training him, but the third made sure that he would be there on time as he was going on the first match, and it would look really bad in front of the nobles and potential clients if they had to postpone the first match because of someone's tardiness. Sasuke was wearing a light gray short-sleeved shirt with a high collar, and the Uchiha crest on the back, and his left arm was adorning many small arm belts. He had dark blue pants which stopped right before his ankle. He had a scroll, tightly secured in his left leg. Haku was wearing a full-body gray cloak, and it was harder to just even see her face. Sasuke tried to talk to her, but she would just move away. After Naruto started snickering at this, Sasuke stopped trying. Speaking of Naruto, he was wearing a black tracksuit with orange lining and orange stripes along with black pants. While his jacket was long, reaching below the waistline, the arms of the jacket was cut off at his elbow. He was wearing the jacket open, and beneath his jacket he had a gray t-shirt which had a huge Uzumaki symbol in the middle. His both arms were covered with white bandages from elbow below. He was chatting with Hinata at the back while checking out his competition, and as for Hinata, the only noticeable change of her was that her hair now reached below her shoulder blade. The whole place was divided by 3 groups. Genins from Konoha, Suna and Kumo were staying together while maintaining their distance from other groups. Hate nodded when he saw Hokage signaling to start the matches. Hate looked at the clipboard he was holding and his eyebrows rose. He looked at the participants' stand. First round, Hakuyuki vs. Sasuke Uchiha. Contestants, please come down to the arena. Hate announced with a smirk as the entire stadium became deathly quiet. 1 minute, and immediately after that, the whole place was buzzing with whispers of awe and disbelief. Sasuke chuckled to himself. Guess that means she will be going all out. With that thought, he went toward the arena with Haku following him. In the Kage booth. Wow, so that girl is from Yuki clan. Isn't she far away from home? Kazekage said with pure glee in his voice. Long story, Kazekage-sama. But right now, Konoha is her home. Hokage replied back with a smile. So will she start her clan here? Kazekage asked, but his voice still held the excitement. If she wants, then yes. Hokage laughed. Orochimaru smirked under his veil. I wonder if I can mark her as well, the last of Yuki and the last of Uchiha. Guess this will be one interesting tournament. Back at the arena. Are both of you ready? Hate looked at the contestants. Haku immediately pulled off her robe. Sasuke looked at her like a gaping fish. Kakashi turned his head to see a smirking Yamato and groaned. Naruto whistled. Haku was wearing her old Umbu mask, but instead of Water Village symbol it had Leaf Village one. She was also wearing what could be considered as a battle kimono. It was a blue-colored light kimono, which consisted of a short sleeveless tunic decorated by many ice flakes, held closed by a large dark obi which had a thin navy-colored rope tied around it, and sported a medium-sized scroll on the back. She had a light chain mail under it as it could be seen through the tunic. Although her kimono ended at a bit above her thigh, she was wearing long stockings. But the weird part of that particular clothing was that she was wearing detached sleeves which were covering her full arms from below elbow. Well then, Hate coughed. Let the match begin. Haku immediately dashed towards Sasuke, who only had the time to activate his Sharingan and to jump back. But to his surprise, Haku closed the gap between them as if she was expecting his move. Seeing no way out, Sasuke engaged her, knowing full well that she would be drawing the first blood, and she did, but the worst was he didn't see it coming. Haku's fighting style changed by a huge margin. Because of her arms being covered by her sleeves and her being too close, Sasuke couldn't predict her movement, but he still were able to hold out for some time through sheer instinct. Haku went for a chop at Sasuke's face, who, although backed up his head, got hit by her sleeve, and to his surprise it felt like he was hit by steel. Her sleeves are chakra enforced, Sasuke thought as he sucked the blood on his now bruised lips. He jumped back, and when he saw Haku jumping after him, he immediately stretched his left arm with an open palm. Under the palm there was a seal which glowed, and a bow staff emerged from there that was aimed at Haku's stomach. But she maneuvered herself at the midair so the staff missed her by an inch, and using that momentum she kicked the staff to jump back. Sealing scroll. Haku clicked her tongue. Never thought of you as a staff user, Haku said as she tried to analyze Sasuke's stance. He can't be that good with that staff in a month, but then again he is an Uchiha. I know, but somehow it just clicked, Sasuke said in a laid-back manner as he stood lazily with his staff. Sorry girl, but you ain't getting any more dirt on me. Haku smirked, and she went through hand signs real fast, and this time Sasuke scared as her sleeves once again denied him off seeing her moves. But he didn't have to wait long as the area started to get thick with mist as it surrounded Sasuke. Let's see how far have you come, little Uchiha. Haku whispered provokingly as her voice echoed in the mist. Sasuke didn't say anything as he knew exactly what he had to do. He played this scenario in his head over 100 times. Sasuke threw his scroll hard, above his head, which exploded after a few seconds and showered the place with kunai. He knew Haku would be distracted for a few seconds and he seized the chance. Earth release, hiding like a mole technique. He wasn't quite good at using this yet, but he knew it would get the job done. The kunai that were placed throughout the mist were not normal, as those had his chakra infused with them. Those would act as radar for him, as they would catch any vibrations near them and would send Sasuke a signal. No matter how good you are, you have to walk on the ground. Sasuke smirked. And he got the signal, but he waited for the perfect timing, as there was one more type of kunai his scroll consisted. The explosive ones. When he felt that Haku was near few explosive kunai, he sent the signal. Haku knew something was wrong when the scroll exploded and kunai came raining down. The aiming was too random. And before she knew it, she couldn't pinpoint Sasuke. So she treaded carefully. Years of training under Zabuza paid off, as her instincts screamed at her suddenly. She took a big leap just in time to avoid a huge explosion, but she didn't get out of it unscathed. Something is not right. There is no way he could pinpoint my location like that. Haku thought hysterically, and she did the best and fast way to fix the problem. She cancelled the mist. To her surprise, Sasuke was right where she saw him. She narrowed her eyes at the smirking Uchiha. "Is that all you got, Snow Princess?" Sasuke taunted. "Good thing I got out from the ground immediately. Have to keep that a secret for as long as I can." Haku just smiled behind her mask and shook her head. Before Sasuke could even know what was happening, this time Haku threw her scroll, which released water. Sasuke's eyes widened as he knew something bad was gonna happen, but before he could come up with a plan, all Haku did was made one hand sign. Demonic mirroring ice crystals. And he cursed himself as he was surrounded by ice mirrors, and he knew this jutsu well, too well. But unlike last time, mirrors this time were clear, as if they were made of pure crystal. Ah shit! Outside the arena. Crap! Kakashi swore. He knew Sasuke might have pulled something if Haku used the jutsu later. Yamato smiled but couldn't help but worry, as he knew Kakashi would have taught Sasuke something to use against this jutsu. Although Haku improved the jutsu by a huge margin, Yamato just couldn't help but feel uneasy for some reason. In the Kage booth. "That girl is quite well versed with ice techniques," Kazekage said, as his eyes never leaving the arena. "Yes, she is one of the best genins we have this year." Hokage smiled. "First I thought the last Uchiha was going to win, but I am not so sure now. Who do you think will win this fight, Hokage-sama?" Kazekage asked. "The last Uchiha or the Ice Princess? Really a hard question." Hokage mused. Back at the arena, Sasuke was dodging and sometimes countering the incoming needles with his staff. He had to admit that the jutsu was scarier than before. Even though the mirrors are clean and clear, unlike before, Haku wasn't visible when the needles came out from the mirrors. And also he would see Haku moving through mirrors, but it was a distraction. Whenever Haku made her moves, which would be close to Sasuke, and who in turn involuntarily would look at her, only to know through his Sharingan that needles were coming from different angles. He enhanced his staff and himself with earth chakra, so he was able to crush the needles easily, but it was draining his chakra, and from the look of it, it seemed Haku wasn't getting tired at all. That damn water must have been laced with her chakra, Sasuke thought as he crushed few more needles. It was true, the water that was released from the scroll was pure and had her chakra, so it gave her more than enough to perform the jutsu. Also, the water moistened the atmosphere and softened the ground, which would make it easier for her to do ice jutsu later in the fight. Sasuke was hoping for her to bring out the big guns later, as he wanted to exhaust her stamina as well as show his second element later, but seeing that he was receiving too many hits. No choice then. With that thought, Sasuke started to spin his staff above his head with one hand and began concentrating for a moment. Haku knew something was coming, and unlike Sasuke, she wasn't eager to see what it was. Immediately from all the mirrors, ice needles came at him with extreme speed. Sasuke stopped spinning the staff and slammed it into the ground. Earth Release, Subterranean Voyage. It was a jutsu that allows the user to close in on enemy with high speed through underground. It was an offensive jutsu, but Sasuke used it differently. Instead of closing in on Haku, he used the underground and the speed that came with the jutsu to get out of Haku's ice prison. He emerged from the underground when he got a good distance from her and her mirrors. The mirror dome opened up and Haku came out. "Your second affinity is Earth Release." Haku said in a thoughtful tone, as she was able to figure out how Sasuke pulled off his trick inside her mist, and how he was able to withstand inside her ice dome for so long. I wanted to keep it under the radar for a bit longer, but guess you just know how to make me go all out without me even knowing, Sasuke said with a smirk as he once again took a lazy stance. The manner of his speech and fighting style were completely different, and no one knew what made him act not Sasuke-like. The thing was, even Sasuke didn't think he could pull this act of. Haku had the advantage before the battle even began, so he had to improvise. He thought hard and fast at how to catch Haku off guard, and the answer came to him like a thunderbolt. Haku was expecting to fight an analytical, quick-witted and calm-minded Sasuke, so instead of giving her that kind of opponent he gave someone different. He imitated the first person that came to his mind who was opposite of him, and tried to mimic his speech pattern and behavior. He could see Haku's confusion even though she was wearing her mask. Damn girl, I wanna say chill out, but you are cold enough as it is. You are fighting like a desperate fangirl chasing after a hot guy's ass. He then took a look at himself. Maybe you do. Too much? Sasuke thought as he leaned onto his staff, but stopped smirking as the temperature dropped quite a few degrees. Oh, I do want a piece of that fine ass, Haku said so sweetly that Sasuke felt a shiver going down his spine. Haku snapped her finger, and immediately all the mirrors surrounding her broke as the pieces of those frozen shards started to combine. Haku went through some hand signs fast, but Sasuke was quicker. Fire release, great fireball technique. The fire was bigger and had more power behind it, but before it hit Haku, to Sasuke's surprise, an icy hand pierced through the fire, completely dissolving it, and came at him super fast. Ice release, frozen demon arm. Sasuke slammed the staff into the ground and wanted to use the subterranean voyage to avoid the attack, and at the same time was hoping to close in on Haku to get the jump on her. His plans all went down the drain as the hand caught him before he could completely submerge underground and pulled him out with ease. Sasuke's eyes met Haku, and he was surprised to see Haku had taken off the mask and was having a huge shit-eating grin. Sasuke didn't like that grin, not one bit. But before he could do anything to get out of that position, the hand started to slam Sasuke on the ground, repeatedly. The whole crowd kept wincing each time Sasuke hit the ground. But to everyone's surprise, Sasuke's staff was broken into 2 pieces, and he used those parts to strike at the wrist of the frozen arm in a crisscross manner. The hand was broken, and he used the momentum to jump and gain some distance from Haku. I wasn't finished punishing the bad boy. You need more spanking. Haku cooed, and she went through hand signs fast one more time. Ice release, frozen mass immune. The ice around her formed into a fine and detailed-looking katana. She charged immediately, all the while having that smirk filled with ecstasy. Sasuke tried to defend, but getting manhandled like that took a lot out of him, and he didn't even have the chance to catch his breaths. Sasuke was helpless against the Haku's aggressive attacks. He was using his staff pieces as bakken to block any kind of incoming physical attack. Sasuke let go off one of his staff pieces. Haku thought that it was because of his fatigue, and cause of that she didn't see the next attack coming. The staff piece that he let go latched itself to the other piece like steel getting attracted by a strong magnet. Sasuke used the pause in Haku's attack to strike hard at the said girl's wrist, which was holding the katana, and when she let go of it, he spun, while holding the staff with both of his hands, and struck the katana, which flew and got stuck into the far arena wall. Sasuke didn't stop there as he used the momentum to spin again and hit Haku on her arm. Haku used the power of Sasuke's attack to spin herself and kick Sasuke hard on the head. Sasuke saw that coming, but he wasn't able to stop it, but tilted his head at the last second to minimize the damage. Using Sasuke's momentary pause, she flipped back while kicking on Sasuke's hands hard. Sasuke's hands let go of the staff involuntarily, and to everyone's surprise, Haku caught the staff with her feet while she was still on the air, and instead of landing on her feet, she used her arms to land and her feet to throw the staff far away. When she landed on her feet, she once again pressed on her attacks. From audience's perspective, Sasuke was going to lose, but the Jonins knew better. Though only Sasuke seemed to be winded and battered up, Haku was also getting short on breath. Continuous heavy assault like this while not stopping after getting hit was no joke, but Haku was able to pull it off because she was using her adrenaline rush to keep on going. But the proctors and the experienced shinobi knew that if Haku would stop to take a breath, even for a second, she wouldn't be able to go on to the aggressive side again. Sasuke was pissed, but not at his current predicament, as he got an idea of how to get out of it. He was pissed at the idea. It seemed that because he was imitating that idiot, the idea that he got was also like him. Ridiculous, unpredictable, and downright degrading idea, He got a jab on his shoulder, but he was an Uchiha, he received a punch to his jaw, he wouldn't stoop so low too. He got a low kick on his knee. Fuck this shit. Sasuke jumped on Haku and started to thrash randomly. Haku paused for just a second to give Sasuke the chance. He threw an open palm attack and immediately closed the distance. From far it seemed that Sasuke hit on Haku's heart. While closing the distance he was trying to immobilize the girl. But the truth was different. Sasuke knew after receiving so many hits, his arms were feeling numb so his attacks wouldn't have as much power as he wanted. So, Sasuke didn't strike Haku with an open palm, he grabbed her breast and Haku didn't stop moving because of pain but of the sheer audacity and stupidity of the move. And he didn't stop there as Sasuke squeezed his prize for all it's worth. Haku couldn't help but blush and her body, unwillingly, relaxed. She was horrified when she felt most of her strength leaving her. Sasuke came close and whispered huskily, "Damn! You are packing quite the baby's end." He shot his other hand and grabbed her ass and also gave it a squeeze. "Would you look at that, both of them fits in my hand perfectly, coincidence?" Haku's embarrassment didn't take long to subside as it was replaced with pure unfiltered anger. She gritted her teeth, snarled at him and went to beat him to the point where he would have wished that he was dead with his clan. But Sasuke took action the moment he saw the shift in her emotion. His hand that was touching her ass shot to grab her thigh and pulled it up while the hand that was on her breast was now just below her neck and he used this momentum to push Haku down with tremendous force. Haku wasn't ready for anything like and in a fit of rage she couldn't come up with any proper counter. Her head hit the ground with such force that for a moment her world went white. It didn't end there as her head bounced back up only to meet with Sasuke's fierce headbutt, and her head once again collided with the ground badly. Before losing consciousness, she smiled when she saw the look on Sasuke's face. Haku delivered her judgment sooner than Sasuke thought. While falling, Haku pulled her free leg and bended it so her knee was pointing at something. At Sasuke's precious. Sasuke was no stranger to physical pain, but he never felt something of this caliber. When he slammed Haku onto the ground for a second he felt his world froze. The headbutt he gave was his body moving on the motion not by his choice. His thought process screeched to a halt when he knew what the problem was. His eyes were bulging out while his open mouth just released a silent scream. And then he scrunched his face as he fell on top of Haku. His fingers were digging on his fists as they wanted to touch and soothe his family jewel, but he would rather die than to do it in front of the audience while he was on top of her. When he felt Haku's unconscious body relaxed he moved to the side and lied there on his back. Outside of the arena, everyone was speechless. One moment the contestants were in an amazing taijutsu fight, and suddenly Sasuke struck Haku and grabbed her in an immobilizing manner. Few seconds passed as there was no motion in any of them, and all of a sudden Sasuke pushed Haku down to the ground with such force that she lost consciousness the moment she hit her head on the ground. And instead of Sasuke getting up to announce his victory, he lied down beside her, groaning. But the proctors, Jonins and 2 Kage knew what transpired on the arena. Kurenai glared at Kakashi, thinking it was his fault. Asuma didn't know what to do while Guy was shaking his head disapprovingly. Yamato just looked at Kakashi with pity and sadness. "What's with that look?" Kakashi asked as he could say the reason behind Kurenai's death glare, but Yamato's emotion caught him off guard. "Senpai, you know that if Haku tells her father about this, Sasuke is going to lose his head, and being the bloodthirsty person he is, he won't be happy with just that and will probably put his focus on you," Yamato said in dejected voice. The only sound at that area could be heard was Kakashi's book hitting the floor. Back at the arena. "So kid, wanna get up so I can declare you the winner, or are you going to lie down there and I call this a draw?" Hate said with a smirk. Sasuke groaned and cursed. He wanted to get up but he knew that if he tried it was going to hurt like hell. "We both know that I don't deserve the victory," Sasuke grumbled. "This is a shinobi fight, kid. Here you played dirty to win and live. What you did, in real world, might save you and your friends' lives." Hate chuckled. "Yeah, and I want to live long. What do you think she will do if she hears I won the fight?" "And also I am in condition to fight the second round, although I want to win this match and forfeit the next one. Considering my future, I think the first option is better," Sasuke said with a sigh. "Wow, I didn't think it that way. You are throwing away your victory so your punishment lessens." "Brilliant!" Hate beamed up. "What punishment? She almost crushed my balls and I threw the match because I don't want to get a victory like this." "Isn't it enough?" Sasuke said with a panic. "Kids, we male ninja are afraid of normal women when they are angry, and this is a kuniochi. Hate said with an expression that made Sasuke shudder badly. The match is a draw. Hate moved away and declared the result, and then he motioned for the medics to come and pick them up. If you asked me, not many people get to feel up such a beauty, Hate said as he looked at Sasuke and added, I think it is a win-win situation for you for now. All Sasuke could do was to curse himself for ever thinking of imitating Naruto. Chapter 30, Acceptance. Darui and his partner were the only ones in the lounge, which was made for outside shinobi. The only people who had access to this place were the Jonin instructor or trainer of the foreign qualified teams. But the Sand team's instructor didn't come as he was near the Kage booth along with some other Sand shinobi. He pointed out that it was for formalities. Darui looked at his partner. He stood out more than him because of his largely muscular body and tanned skin. He was watching D entering the arena field leisurely with a smirk. Seeing that Darui sighed, he knew D was powerful, but his ego was the thing that worried him. Darui massaged his temple thinking how he would follow the Raikage's order. I will have to make sure that the kid has the power. Hopefully the mercenaries I hired would be able to provide some backup. Darui sighed one more time. He knew he could rely on his partner as he was no pushover, but abducting a kid with a rare bloodline was no joke. If it was a minor village then it wouldn't be a problem, but from Konoha and after everything that had happened. Why Konoha? Darui groaned inwardly. So what's the plan, Darui? We wait. Participants area. Did Shikamaru have to forfeit? Naruto was annoyed. After Sasuke and Haku's match, Shikamaru and Temari went. The battle was of wits and strategies, and at the end Shikamaru won because he used the earth holes left by Sasuke to increase his shadow range. The battle was quite interesting, but the end result was not what they predicted. Shikamaru forfeited and thus Temari won the match. But she didn't look happy at all, not one bit. Now it was Hinata's turn. Her opponent D just walked past her without acknowledging her, which made Naruto to almost lash out at him if not for Hinata. Calm down, Naruto-kun. His pride would be his downfall. Hinata cupped Naruto's face, who was still grumbling, and looked straight into his eyes. I will win, and that I promise you. Naruto took a calming breath after hearing her voice full of determination and promise. He took out a scroll and gave it to Hinata, whose face lit up when she saw the writings in the scroll. You better. He kissed her on her forehead. She smiled back and went down to the arena. I don't think your girl can keep her promise. Yujito smirked, but her face paled when she looked at Naruto's eyes. It was less than a second, but she saw something different, but before she could pinpoint what was the difference, Naruto looked away. She can, he said softly, just to himself. At the arena, Hinata came down to see D waiting and looking at anywhere but her. Hinata didn't let it get to her as she went to Hate. She took off her jacket, revealing that she was wearing a t-shirt with lighter lavender color. She had a chain mail underneath it, and also from her elbow down her hand was covered with bandages. Her full feet were covered by bandages as well, but her pants concealed where the bandages started from. She took off her locket and used it to tie her hair up into a small ponytail. She gave the jacket to Hate and nodded to him. Participants, get ready. Hinata took her stance while D just yawned, pissing off lots of people in the stadium. Begin. Lightning release. Lightning Dragon's Hide. D immediately activated his lightning armor and expected Hinata to jump back or to throw some jutsu at him, but what he didn't expect for her to rush to him. And she was fast. D gave a straight and hard right-hand punch, but Hinata at the last minute spun to move away, and immediately she grabbed his outstretched arm with her left hand. Using this momentum, she planted her left leg on his right knee to push herself high enough for her to grab his hair with her right hand to knee him in the neck. D's eyes widened like dinner plates as he didn't expected this at all. He coughed violently at Hinata's attack, but her follow-up was stronger. Hinata used D's faltered stance to jump up. Bringing both her knees to her chest, she powered up her legs with chakra and delivered a devastating kick to his head with both of her legs. She landed on her hands and flipped back to land on her feet. If it was anyone else, they would have used this chance to press on, but Hinata was one with calm mind, so she stopped, knowing that it was unwise to push as D was enraged. Turned out to be the right decision as D let out a burst of chakra all around him, hoping to catch her, and he continued for a bit till he was able to reform his stance. D's scowl deepened when he was able to steady himself. Exactly what you would expect from a Konoha shinobi, a coward right to your core. D took a deep breath to calm himself as lightning around him calmed down as well. The bandages you are wearing, they are lightning resistant, aren't they? Instead of fighting me straightforward with your taijutsu, You are leaning onto cheap tricks. D spat. Hinata looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You are quite the hypocrite, aren't you? The stadium became silent. Not because of what Hinata said but how she said it. Her tone was full of pity. Excuse me? D was surprised. You are mixing your ninjutsu with your taijutsu, and that is okay in your book. I only used some protective equipment, and I became a coward? Hinata sighed. D was angry, and his lightning was showing how angry he was. Remember one thing, please. Hinata took her stance once again. I didn't come here to satisfy your ego. Hinata activated her Byakugan without any hand seal or any command. It just simply flared to show Hinata's resolve. I came here to defeat you, plain and simple. With the Jonins. Did our sweet little Hinata just give a trash talk? Asuma said in an awestruck voice. Kurenai glared at him, but Kakashi chuckled. I wouldn't say trash talking, as what she said is true. Kakashi was still chuckling, and even Guy had a smirk on his face. But she came a long way, and you can thank Guy for that, Kurenai said proudly. Ho ho. Taking another Hyuga student? Kakashi raised an eyebrow at his rival. I just trained her for the exam, and to be honest, I wouldn't mind having her as my student. Guy's reply shocked everyone. Really? Asuma said, and he saw Kurenai was pouting a bit. She has Niji's ingenious mind and Lee's youthful spirit. With proper caring, she can surpass my students, both of them. Guy gave a smile. Wait, where is Yamato? Asuma asked when he saw that the youngest Jonin amongst them wasn't there. He went to check on Haku, and I told him to check Sasuke for me as well. Kakashi replied. Guys, the match is going to get heated up. Kurenai said as she focused on the match. So did the rest. Back at the arena. Hinata was fast, but she lacked physical strength. She knew about it, and that was her power against D. Her knowledge about herself and D, as well as her acceptance toward D's strength. And her training with Guy was paying off, as D's fighting style was somewhat similar to Guy, except it was wilder with less accuracy. But she knew if she got hit once or twice the match might end. Hinata dodged the oncoming punch as she dashed back and immediately stepped to the side to evade the next kick. She sighed when she saw that D was blatantly throwing wide attacks which left him open. From a normal Hyuga's point of view, it was perfect chance to strike, but she knew D wasn't stupid. Hot-headed, yes. Arrogant, very, but stupid, no. From the audience's point of view, Hinata was dancing around the battlefield. Her movements were precise and elegant, and even though she was almost got hit by D, she didn't lose her footing for a second. D stopped his facade as he went for fast strikes, but Hinata was faster. He tried to punch, elbow, knee, kick, and even tried to body tackle her, but her size and agility was always saving her. Suddenly an idea hit him as he couldn't stop his smirk. He went close a bit, and immediately took a breath. Lightning release, lightning dragon's rampage. His whole body shot out a dense electric field, and while emitting this he charged at Hinata and roared. A huge explosion took place as the ground beneath the fighters cracked. Everyone was on their feet to see what happened to the princess of Konoha. D was grinning cause he knew he felt something was hit by his blast, and something did got hit. And it was a log. D's grin fell faster than a second. He looked around to see Hinata was behind him, out of reach, but then the real surprise came. Flowing 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata shouted. It isn't possible. She is far away. D thought tensely. She must be bluffing. But Hinata wasn't. Hinata's this version of 8 trigrams was different than normal. How so? Because from afar she would throw her chakra needles to her opponent's chakra point. And she didn't have to stand still, as she could dance around the field while throwing the chakra needles. Although it was a bit slow compared to the normal one, but it was highly versatile. D lunged at her in order to lessen the distance, but Hinata jumped away. She kept gliding around the arena to keep her distance from D, all the while performing her attack. When she was done with her attack, she moved further away from D. D was panting, but his face was full of anger and shame. Hinata sighed once more because from her point of view D was destroying his own talent by his raw emotion. The moment before he used his lightning attack, his face and his body posture told Hinata that he was going to do something crazy. The sudden gleam in his eyes and the huge smirk in his face gave away the surprise. Hinata looked as D wobbled a bit, and it made her smile, but she kept a straight face. Whoever told that 60 palm strikes had to be on 60 different chakra points? Hinata thought amusingly. Instead of attacking 60 chakra points, Hinata focused on specific chakra point around Dee's leg because she knew that her strike might not be able to penetrate Dee's chakra armor. But by attacking on particular chakra point repeatedly, her needles pierced his armor and blocked those chakra points. Flashback starts. Guy-sensei, can I ask you something? Hinata asked. It was their break time from the training. Go ahead, my youthful student. Guy replied back enthusiastically. For people like Dee, are there any weak points? Hinata asked, and when she saw Guy's expression to tell her to elaborate, she did. People like me are fast but weak to strong attacks. A few devastating blows could make us go down quite fast. And when she saw Guy wanted to retort, she added, I know that with training I can overcome my weaknesses, but some weaknesses will stay because we are human after all. Guy stared at Hinata for some time and then his features softened up. You are a wise girl, Hinata, and I firmly believe that one day you can become one of the strongest kunoichi ever. Hinata blushed hearing Guy's praise. And yes, people like Dee who are heavy hitters have one major problem, and that is the leg. Seeing Hinata's confused face, he chuckled softly. Allow me to elaborate. For heavy hitters, they need a strong base, meaning they have to constantly adhere and adjust their feet to the ground. So if you somehow weaken their footing, their body wouldn't be able to support their strong attacks. Guy explained. Thanks, Guy-sensei, as now I got few ideas of how to counter his strength. Hinata beamed at Guy, who in return gave his signature smile. Just have to be subtle about it. Flashback ends. Hinata was taken aback at the sudden outburst of power coming from Dee. He was concentrating power on his hand. As a result, lightning started to thicken on his arms. Hinata saw from her Byakugan that he was preparing some kind of long-range elemental attack, and because it was lightning-based, she knew her chances of dodging it was slim. She took out the scroll Naruto gave her. Are you sure about this, Naruto-kun? I am sure that the jerk will have some kind of super offensive attack. So give me few days and I will create something to counter it. Hinata smiled, remembering those words. Outside the scroll there were some marks which had a space in the middle for putting a command. Hinata bit her index finger, and when blood came out she wrote a specific word defend in that free space and slammed the scroll into the ground. Dee was done powering up as he put both of his arms before thrusting it toward Hinata and roaring out. Lightning release, lightning dragon breath. The condensed lighting energy that came out from Dee's arm had a slight dragon look to it as it went toward Hinata in a dangerous speed. Hinata immediately put her chakra onto the scroll. And boom! This explosion was much larger than the previous one as the whole stadium shook. It took some time for the smoke and dust to clear, and the first person that was seen was Dee, who was panting hard. But when the smoke was fully cleared, Dee's face went blank. In front of Hinata there was a huge metal rod with lots of symbol written there. The rod was burnt, indicating that it was the one that took the damage, but the explosion was strong enough to catch Hinata, who just got winded by it, but that's it. In a fit of rage, Dee rushed toward Hinata, arms wide open as if he wanted to crush her. Hinata once again surprised everyone by, instead of dodging, she used Shunshin to get close to Dee, who couldn't react on time. Hinata slid under him and used his speed against him. She elbowed him on his navel. She knew it was a cheap shot, but this was a fight amongst shinobi. His hips buckled up, and using the momentum, Hinata grabbed his neck and directed Dee's head toward the ground. Dee hit the ground head first and slid quite a bit. His whole body was still above the ground, while his legs were pointing toward the sky. Hinata didn't let up as she immediately charged up her arms and thrust her both palms at Dee's chest. 8 trigrams double heavenly vacuum palm. Dee slid another 20 to 30 meters while his head was still underground. It was a brutal attack, and Dee didn't get up. After a minute or two, his body fell down on the ground and his head came up, showing that he was out cold. Everyone's breath hitched as Hate went to Dee to check his condition. No one saw his small smile as he stood up and shouted, "Winner by knockout, Hinata Hyuga!" The whole stadium exploded with cheers, applause, and whistles. Hinata looked around. She could barely believe it. For last few months she was being accepted by her friends, but this completely overwhelmed her. It was like a dream come true. She could feel tears started to gather around her eyes, so she closed them. She bowed to the Kage stand and then to the stadium. But she didn't leave immediately. She wanted to cherish this moment, to bask in the praise and approval that was pouring down on her. For once, instead of being rejected, she was feeling accepted. And it felt nice for a change. After a few minutes she left the stadium, but the moment she entered the corridor her stance faltered, but someone caught her. She knew who it was. "I did it," Hinata said softly as she buried herself deeper into his hug. "Was there any doubt, Hinata-chan?" Naruto replied in a cheeky voice. He smiled gently at Hinata before picking her up in a bridal style and heading toward the platform. Hinata didn't protest. She was tired. From a normal perspective, dodging would be an easy feat, but it wasn't. She had to constantly send chakra to her feet, and had to keep up her guard both with her eyes and with her senses. After what happened with No. 5, she knew that sudden strong flash attacks at close range could momentarily make her invulnerable, and against someone like D, it would be more than enough to cost the match. Also, her attack flowing 8 trigrams 64 palms took more chakra than the normal version, but it was worth it. Though the chakra consumption could be cut down, but her attack was still far from perfect, and that's why it took a huge chunk of her chakra. But she won, and now that's all that mattered. Thank you, Naruto-kun, for believing in me, she whispered sincerely. Anything for you, my moon princess. Naruto lowered his head and gently kissed her. Being approved was truly wonderful. In the Hyuga stand, most of the elders scratched that. All the Hyuga had their jaws wide open seeing what happened at the match and its outcome, including Hayashi. Before coming to the match, most of them knew that Hinata would lose badly as Niji, their prodigy, lost to the same opponent. They wanted to see how D could counter Gentle Fist, as most of the elder didn't believe it to be possible. So they came to witness D's skill, but the only thing they saw was him getting hammered. No one except Fu was paying much attention when the match started, but Hinata's brutal initiation made everyone to snap as they watched the match with Hawkeye. The elders had a heart attack when Hinata used her own version of 8 trigrams. For decades, Hyuga was trying to come up with any way to make their signature attack stronger. And Hinata, the unsuitable heiress of the main branch, achieved that feat in a month. To make 8 trigrams 64 palms from close range to mid-range while not losing the accuracy was close to impossible for the Hyuga. And her version of 8 trigrams removed one major flaw that existed in the normal one. Hayashi and his brother tried to remove the weakness when his brother was defeated by Guy because of the said weakness, but failed to do so. Versatility. 8 trigrams 64 palms was a strong attack, but if someone would counter it in the midway, there was no way to dodge or evade, and depending on the counter, it might end the match instantly. But Hinata's version was void of that weakness, as she could just dance around, striking from far and at the same time dodging any incoming attacks. It was truly an ingenious skill, and it was even more marvelous to watch her perform, as it looked like she was performing a ballet. Hayashi chuckled inwardly when he saw Hanabi was almost jumping up and down for her sister, and her voice matched those of the branch members. Even the main branch clapped for Hinata after they got out from their stupor. Hinata won, and the fact that she didn't take a single hit from her opponent only glorified her victory. Hayashi was proud, but at the same time he felt sadness overwhelming his heart. Hinata achieved all these just in 1 month. No, it was long before. The moment she started to hang around with Naruto, she was accomplishing tremendous feats. She built her own reputation, was doing amazing in missions, and now surpassing Niji, though indirectly. And she did this without his help. She never asked for a single advice since her graduation, even in the past month. It was as if she believed that her father would not help her in any way. And it hurt. But he was proud of his daughter, of what she achieved today. He closed his eyes and savored the moment. The moment when his daughter was being praised and applauded by so many people. It was Hinata's moment. His daughter's moment.